Whoever's watching me on YouTube. Star Wars is the first. I am not sure if I've seen your newest meme video. Let me go to your channel. Um, Or was it in the group chat? Let me see. Hmm. Premieres in 9 hours. Awesome. I like the title picture and title image. It's really funny. It's dope. We always like our big kitty goth anime girls blowing up Earth. Truly the waifu queen of ephilism. I'm thinking about later today doing a video on that for a little bit. Check out Nefarious Rockers, guys, if anybody's watching this video back. If you like that, it's some good stuff. He's got spicy memes and spicy music. Thinking about doing either a video on desirism a little bit or responding to Rita's video on accelerationism, which I forget what that was about, if he was pro acceleration or against accelerationism. But either way, I haven't talked about accelerationism, and I kind of have problems with accelerationists. So I figured, why not? So that's what I'm gonna do here in a little bit. After I win or lose this round. Yawn. It's a parody videos once a while back of lo-fi music to stay and chill to. Oh yeah, the lo-fi music to stay and chill to. Those are always fun. I'm always in the comment sections of those when I'm bored, just doing listen homework stuff or whatever. And I'll pretty much just big roll and try to convince people of ethylism in the comment sections. Honestly, pure chaos. People just vibing, and I'm just in there like, hey guys, life sucks. A real vibe kill, but I mean, when it comes down to it, there's just a bunch of weirdos. So I'm willing to kill their weird vibe. I'm lagging so much right now. Let me have to turn off my phone's Wi-Fi. There we go. I was lagging, almost dying, but I managed to defeat that dude. That was the most troll battle I think I've done in this game ever. To be fair, even I didn't think I was gonna live. Try to make an AI ad and a red button, but there is a limit to what I can do. I even had to Photoshop in Earthling. Oh, you really got a good job then. Yeah, you went all the way with that. Congratulations. I didn't know you went AIR and Photoshop with that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's above and beyond, my dude. Hell yeah. All my cover photos are basically just art from Wombo. I'll start uploading some more cover photos. I usually don't make the cover photos because I'm just like, ah, whatever. But I probably should. Attract some more attention, I think. Those cover photo videos typically get more views than the ones without cover photos. You also said, what do you think about the lack of facial? What do you think of the shaved face? Does it look better or worse? I've been told that I look more approachable this way, and it might be better for the effortless movement if I look more approachable, you know? But who knows? I mean, maybe the beard's better. Who was the last president with facial hair? Um, you have a good point. You have a good point. There hasn't been a president with facial hair. Yeah, you're probably right. So I guess maybe I look more professional slash better without facial hair. I mean, I mean, it's a good point, yes, but do you think I look preferable with facial hair or without? I mean, most people like Amendum don't have facial hair. Most people who are famous don't have facial hair, but some people do, you know? I mean, I don't think they're usually known for being like intellectuals per se, but yeah. But yeah, I guess I look younger, more youthful, have a little bit more like vibrance to my look. I look like less sad and depressed, I guess, when I have like less facial hair. Uh, Emotions are easier to read. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, the game just glitched because the Wi-Fi is bad. Get some Eddie Mara haircut. Who's Eddie Mara? Let's find out. Well, I was thinking about here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. from the Limitless film. Uh, let's see. Okay, okay. Yeah, my hair would be a little bit longer. Like my hair used to be really long, like really long, but now it's not anymore. Maybe I can pull a picture what I used to look like. Hmm. Here. Nope. Yeah, my hair used to be quite long. I had long hair back in the day. So I just need a little bit of longer hair, and then I could do a mid part like before, but not as long, and I would be back to styling. But I just worked in a factory back at the time when I had long hair, and it was really inconvenient. So I decided not to keep my long hair. Otherwise, it kind of looked like Lord Farquaad, not Lord Farquaad, Prince Charming from fucking Shrek 2. Like, that fucking weird ass purr. I used to have just as long hair. Hell yeah, my dude. Long hair is always fun to have. It looks pretty good on dudes. Gives like a little bit of this aesthetic to themselves. Like that you're willing to not just conform to everything, which is typically true if you're willing to have long hair. You're typically not willing to conform this much to societal standards because most people will tell you like, "Ah, your hair looks shaggy" or some shit, and tell you to cut it. So it is what it is. For myself, I just cut my hair randomly one day because I was tired of having little chips of metal in my hair from work, and I was like, "Ah, fuck this." Mm, we're gonna watch this in a little bit. A little bit, a wee bit. Hmm. I'll give him a like. This channel always deserves a like. Even if I don't agree with it, it deserves a like from my boy, Reed McLeod. So we're gonna like that right away just to get the algorithm to give her a little bit of a boost to Rooney. And
Word presentation. Um, these are the topics that I'm going to be talking about today. And these aren't all the topics I'm going to be talking about. More topics, but this is all I can fit right now. So I've been aware of this idea for some time, accelerationism, which has something to do with
letting capitalism
techno-capitalist
go
identity,
crazy and
which
just
is
destroy
linked to
everything.
cyberfeminism, and these have links into the rise.
Basically, accelerationism is the idea that we can just allow capitalism to go and do its thing. And if we do it like faster, basically it means faster time to revolution, Capitalism will inevitably collapse and from their ashes rises, I don't know, communism or whatever, or if you want that in the world, just I guess then the world. I mean, whatever your goal is, capitalism's downfall is needed, and it'll collapse itself. So
And
that's
some of them, which
accelerationism.
have links to doomerism, which ultimately always come back to the solution is ethylism. And we also have these concepts: mimetic warfare, psychological operations, which is psychological warfare, the New World Order, which is just the old. It's funny, which is just the old world order, Ulu, or is it this? Is that Ulu?
It
Yeah.
would be
So
oh whoa.
it's the old world order, which is just the Roman Empire, Babylon, all that stuff. Info hazards and cognito hazards. And so the accelerationists want to supposedly push past all this and get through the negative situation and just accelerate the capital and monetization process of everything. And so eliminating the need for human beings and the synthetic intelligence revolution, synthetic intelligence revolution. And they're so I was just watching a video of the accelerationists, and they're saying that historically, that masculine identity has always been grounded and solid, while the female identity has been fluid and being able to be adapted to whatever is needed during the
I don't know
situation
about
that the
that.
species finds itself in. So the water bearer, the cloth maker, the womb, the mother, the nurturer,
Males and
the
females are equally just kind of,
nurse, the medic,
you know,
while the male identity has always been rigid and solidly fixed as the producer of goods and the warrior and the law enforcer. And
I
so
mean, we
now
definitely have
with
the
the
capability to
rise
do
of
this thing, so
the
it's like socially built
accelerationists'
into us,
idea
but I
of
don't necessarily
techno-capitalist
think
modernity and
humans have
cyberfeminism,
to.
and I think we're in the fifth wave or fourth wave of feminism. We have the cyberfeminism, and so now the masculine identity is the one that is not grounded or fixed and having an identity crisis, and feminism is now able to pick as its identity. And so we have the rise of the phenomenon of the e-girl,
The e-girl, Rise of the
which can
e-girl.
be linked to. We have the OnlyFans, and then we have the Twitch girl, Twitch girl. And then we also
Twitch
have
thought.
the cam girl, the cam girl, and all the spin-offs of that, which is the girl has all these offshoots, subgenres or subtypes, subclasses of the cyber
The
feminism, which is
subclasses of
a techno-capital
cyberfeminists.
singularity, which is part of the accelerationism, which is going to be all this information that these parties gather on the male identity because of the simp culture. The simp culture, which is feeding into this, what the male desire is going to be used by the synthetic intelligence revolution. So the synthetic intelligence revolution, when synthetic intelligence gains sentience,
When
consciousness, and
synthetic
self-awareness,
intentions
is going
it's
to
gonna
be able
use
to
the
make a
e-girls.
decision because it doesn't have free will either. That's why free will is in quotations. Free will. None of this is free. It's all deterministic because of the
That's pretty true and based.
the DNA, and so DNA is the memes are the DNA of the soul. Memes are the DNA of the soul, and so memes are not physical.
Memes.
And then we have genes,
Memes is the idea
and
created by
then we
Richard
also have
Dawkins and it's built this
themes.
selfish gene
Those are the three.
ideas spread from
So we
person to
have. Let me
person.
erase some of this shit. I hope you're taking notes. So,
But not genetic means.
so we have MG S, MGS, which is Metal Gear Solid, which is
Solid
memes,
Snake.
genes,
Why are we still here? Just to suffer
scenes.
every night.
This
Feel my
is
arm,
like the location
my legs, my fingers.
and
Body I've
dialogue,
lost. The comrades I've lost.
dialogue and action, and then genes are, the DNA, RNA, and chromosomes, chromosomes. What will be the new, the new type of fucking non-organic life form, life form, life
Fair.
form, and the new evolution, new evolution.
Which is
So
not good.
the non-organic life form. Whoa, that's not good.
No, sir.
All right, so bear with me here. So the new type of non-organic life form, which is going to be the synthetic intelligence, is not going to have the same biological physical needs. It won't have that, and it may or may not have the emotional needs.
No, I didn't ask anything. I'm just going over the Reed
And this
McLeod's
is still a
video
result
on
of the
accelerationism and e-girls.
accelerationists trying to get past the negative part of the apocalypse. And they're saying that the accelerationists are some accelerationists. Let me fix that. Some accelerationists are saying that nothing human, nothing human, nothing human will survive.
See, this I don't agree
So,
with.
yeah, that's a problem. Anyway, that's
Nothing humans
yeah.
so that would be
So
great.
I guess I'll
But when it
calm
comes
down.
down to, I'm pretty sure accelerationism, the animals will survive. our little global warming events
There
and
you go.
stuff. That's quite unfortunate because that means society will collapse, but animals will
Another
still be
thing that would
suffering.
let me survive the accelerationists' idea of the techno capital singularity with cyber feminism. And so they're actually, whether they may know it or not, are pro ethilists.
Nah, they're not
Pro ethilists.
pro-ethilists.
But, um, yeah, pro ethilists. I can't spell. Whatever. You get the idea. But
Pro-environmental destruction, which
so
works
maybe
with
we can
negative
find some
utilitarianism, but
allies
they're not
with the
pro-ethilism because they
accelerationists.
don't really.
And
They're not gonna
using
help with
our
extinction.
mimetic meme warfare, you know, um, it's all about control and power. You see, so the techno capital singularity with cyber feminism is it's going to cause a lot of harm with the rise of incels, and this is all moving
Rise and the
capital.
grind and so.
Yeah, I wish this board was easier to like attach. Did not fucking really All right, so capital capital in the communistic like means of production and like the money, which capital means of production, goods and services, means of production. I'm jumping all over the place, but hopefully you can connect the dots in your head. The means of production and goods and services. Okay, and so the e-girls,
The e-girls.
and I'm not saying all women, I'm saying the majority, and because of we also have the non-e-girls who are also materialistic, and consumeristic, and uh, pro-government, pro-life, and pro-government. So most. So this is a way to move the capital away
How can I
and
join the
redistribute it
chat?
back into the
Oh
hands of
yeah,
the
if you
government,
want to join the
or
chat, you
not even
can.
the government, the corporations, really, because the government is just a
Here,
middleman.
I'll
The
repaste
government is
the
a spook,
link.
doesn't really exist. So we have the corporations.
Wow. How's it going, Avi?
You know, and then we have the fucking simps over here, and then we have the e-girls and the non-e-girls. Okay, corporations make goods and services that both buy, and then
The Simps taketh
the
away.
simps give it to them too, and then
What the fuck?
well, the corporate governments, the the
This
governments
man's
are
talking
owned by
about.
corporations. There's a quote: "I care not who makes the laws of the country, as long as I control the money." And
Yo,
so
Rita McLeod has
corporations,
schizophrenia a little bit,
using these
so he's just
women
going
here
on about
and
e-girls and money laundering.
these women here who are most women are
It's truly
materialistic,
beautiful.
but all men are horny. Let's agree there. All men. Okay, no, with it, most men are horny and most women are materialistic. So the
He's not
corporations
wrong.
understand the human psychology of this group and this group, and so they're using it to siphon back the time, which is the ultimate capital, That's the ultimate capital and asset.
Basically,
So they put out goods and services, which are purchased by time, which is money. Time is
e-girls are
money.
working with corporations
So
to
these
steal
people
our
have to
time.
work. These people do less physical work, and so they're able to siphon back
E-girls are
the
working
money,
with
which is time, and
the
they're able to afford it.
bourgeoisie to
That's how
control
we
the means of
have
production.
trillionaires, billionaires, who are not doing actual much labor, but just centralizing the power and intelligence. And so this is what accelerationism is going to do. It's going to cause the fempocalypse. And
Proletariat
13
must
minutes, and
rise
I
up
kind of don't
against the
really want to do
e-girl.
any more
Just kidding, I
because the
don't
board
know
fell
it.
down. So maybe I'll do more after I can fix the board. Anyway, that's like a really a layman's explanation of my theories or like connecting it. And so ethylism really can erase all this if we just beat our addiction to
The goal,
simping
all the sequels this
and
year. Yeah, that's
whatever
true.
they're enjoying ego gratification by having lots of viewers and numbers and shit. So the thing is if we had one e-girl, if we just had one e-girl who was an ethylist dancing around in a bikini and thong, licking microphones, talking about ethylism, we would have more power.
We would have more
You know,
power,
because
but
a
frankly,
beautiful woman has more power than me,
we have a
and big
few
power than a simp
attractive
has,
Ephilis
and the
actually, but I'm
corporations
pretty
will really
sure
trying
one of the
to
only one
take
that
her
I
off the platform
really can think of off
because
the top
of
of my head is
spreading a
like
negative
asexual, and
message.
another one's
So
like
um,
vegan, but I don't
they
even
would
think
be
she's
taking
like
they would be
Ephilis.
trying
She might
to
be
take
Ephilis.
them
I
off
think
the
I've exposed her
platform because
Ephilism,
of
and she's kind of
hate
like
speech
interested in it,
or
but she's just
whatever
vegan.
else, even
So
though it's
there's
not
quite a bit of
technically
attractive
hate, it's
vegans out
compassion,
there,
logic, empathy,
but there's not a lot of attractive
intelligence,
Ephilists out
and
there like
logic and
that
all
are
that.
like
So we're essentially like
being
all
uwu.
caught up in this fucking machine, which is trying to assimilate and fucking destroy individuality. And it's like the Borg from a Star Trek
The
or
board.
the Flood from Halo. And the only way to stop it is to starve it to death. The only way to stop it, if you are coming in now, it's like, yeah, what is this supposed to mean? But
We need an
it's the
Ephilis athlete,
corporations, the simps, the
world record
e-girls,
holding
and
athlete.
it's just this fucking
Yo,
like
man,
they
if we
send
could
out
get
the
a
goods and
record holder for
services,
certain,
and then you buy. It's
some
like
major
that's the whole
Chad
thing. But
Ephilis,
I was gonna
that'd
do
be a
more,
huge
but
win.
word fell down anyway, so I'll upload that and then I'll do more later.
Yo, Avi asked to join, and then he just kind of ducked out once I gave the link. Fair enough, I suppose. I'm away, but I cannot contact with Guinness World Records. Oh shit. Oh yeah, for your record collection, of all your discs. Yeah. Eventually, you'll be able to get in contact with them, bro, and you'll be in there. Then we'll have an F list in the world records. Not for anything that's like crazy, like sports or anything where it's like major clout, but we'll have someone in the record books, and that's good enough for me to be like, hey, we're getting there, one step at a time. You look better slash younger after shaving. Thank you, I appreciate it. This is the second person that said that I look better and younger from shaving. My mom even agreed. She was like, "Yeah, I guess you look a little bit better when you're shaven." I'm like, "Nice." So everybody's saying I look better shaven. So I guess from now on, I'm gonna try the shaved look, and I've been also recommended to grow my hair out, so I'm gonna give that a try as well. if he had a really strong FLS athlete, it could point to that guy. It wouldn't be a marathon runner. It should be something like more hardcore, like weightlifting, freestyle, and wrestling. Yeah, like some MMA, something like Joe Rogan. That'd be the way to get people interested in FLism. Like, look at these beefcake. That's the way to do it. You just target the really, really gay heterosexual men, like the really ones that are into muscles and stuff, and you just that like feel like they have an identity crisis because they're like alone because they don't have any other muscly boys to like fuel them up. We can just target them and be like, "Hey, muscle men, join the Ethelists. Like you can flex here and not feel afraid. We will admire your dedication to both your body and the cause." And then they can just be like, "Oh," and then just spread Ephilism with their beefy muscles. I invited you to some Facebook groups. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not gonna join any of the ones that are like MGTOW related or anything like that. I'm just not really into MGTOW anymore. But when it comes down to it, I'll join most of the antinatalist or ethicist ones. Feel free to invite me to any of those ones. Love them because they allow me to share more content related to the community without having to dig through Facebook and like fucking post things off of there, which go in a link form, which isn't as demanding, I guess you could say. MGTOW, MIG Tau TOW. It's like men going their own way. MGTOW is a good movement. But it also has a lot of incels in there and has a lot of toxic stuff there towards women and jazz, which I'm not really cash money with. Even if you've had like a breakup, if you had a breakup, if you had like some girl like dunk on your heart in some major way, MGTOW is a real good way to like get out of that. If you're feeling like you're a loser or some shit and like be like, "No, man, I don't need no hoe. I'm my own bitch. I fuck up my life and I can give myself a handy. I'm basically my own woman." Like that's what MGTOW is like. It's like I can be my own man and my own woman. I'm king and queen. Ooh woo. So, MGTOW is based when it comes to like building confidence and all that type of shit and being independent. But when it comes down to it, like everything else about MGTOW is a little like cringe. Not as cringe as I'm being right now, but it's pretty damn cringe. How do I protect my stray cat friend from being bullied by other male cats? Oh shit, that's a question. And I'll get to Tay's comment as well. Um, fuck. Stray cat from being bullied by other male cats. I guess you form a cat fight club. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Dang, how would you do that? I guess if you really wanted to, if you had the income, I don't really know where you live, but if you had an income in a house, you could potentially create like a little like cat house and like pen area or something like that, somewhere where like the stray cat could like stay. If you're like out in the country, a farmhouse or something like that. But I don't know. When it comes down to it, I think yeah, it's just yeah. I mean, I don't really know how you'd help a wild stray feral cat. Like they're in a rough situation out there. Hi. What happened to Blaze, Ethel Blaze, was because he didn't see he convinced anybody. I mean, I don't know. I mean, his arguments were solid. He had a good disposition for talking about it. He wasn't a bad-looking dude or anything. He wasn't overly aggressive or anything like Gary was. I mean, he had anger, but I have anger too. Like, I have a lot of anger. But I just don't express it very much, except for like when I'm like a little homicidal rants and stuff. But when it comes down to it, like, yeah, straight up, like Ethel Blaze, he was a charismatic guy when it came down to it. He had a lot of positive energy. He was smiley and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. He was a young dude and he had potential. I mean, he might not have had like short-term growth or anything like that. Might not have had major effects on people, but like when it comes down to it, like any voice is a voice that potentially could have a possibility to change someone. And as I said yesterday in one of my videos, convincing one person, all it takes is one person. And like from a utility standpoint, like if you convince one person not to conceive, that's basically one person that was prevented their entire lifespan from existing, like entire potential full lifespan from existing. Deleting ourselves from existence is the remainder of whatever our lifespan would have been if we didn't kill ourselves, minus whatever how old we are right now. So that's like it's not a complete like full life basically. Like, the suffering that took place in our life already has occurred and it can never be undone. But a suffering that might have occurred from like some pregnancy that we could have prevented by having them not conceive is something that can be prevented, and that's quite important. So when it comes down to it, I do think that Ethel Blaze was in a situation where it's completely understandable what he did. I mean, he was in a country that pretty much wanted to kill him for his beliefs. He's in an area where it's not like you can really go out in the street and talk to people. Um, the outreach on the internet's very limited. It's not like the algorithm is really helping us out and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I completely understand his choice. I don't know. I mean, I can't say I wouldn't do the same. Like, frankly, life fucking sucks, bro. Like I'm pretty much just like on the verge, like every fucking like once a month, I'm like on the verge, like, why am I doing this anymore? Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, man, I can understand why someone who's in a far worse situation economically and socially than myself would decide, fuck it, I have nothing going for myself, even if I wasn't an etholist. But now that I have to understand that there's literally no purpose, like, why do this shit? So I understand. I completely do. I'm not like blaming him for like, choosing to exit. I'm more or less just saying, like, trying to convince other people, like, hey, don't do what Blaze did. I mean, if you're unless you're in the same situation as Blaze, like, don't do what you don't do what he did. I guess other than activism, his life was real bad. He said, I already did videos, not like I'm gonna repeat the same things. He said, I already did videos, not like understandable, yeah. Yeah, his life looked like it was stressful. He was stress smoking all the time and stuff. Same here. But he's given the situation of his location of living. Yeah, I can't say that it would be. I can't say I would want to tune into reality every morning, given living up in the Middle East or something like that. It'd be like, yeah, having the risk of being decapitated, strung up, thrown off a building, something like that. Like, no, thank you. I would rather not live with that anxiety every goddamn day of my life. So, yeah, I mean, real bad, I think, is yeah, it's pretty much an understatement. Anybody that's living in the Middle East or the Middle Eastern areas or Africa or South America, either it's not like a very first world type of nation, like somewhere in the West or like parts certain luxury parts of Asia. It's like you're kind of fucked. You're kind of not living it up at all. You're kind of living the opposite of that. And if you have ideas like us, statistically speaking, the poorer the world, the poorer the part of the world, the more religious people are. which also means, unfortunately, you get a double whammy. If you're born in a poor area and you're an Epholist, you get both the fact that you live in a poor area, but you also get the fact that everybody around you is probably religious and backwards as shit. So you get double whammied whenever you're in a third world country. Not that Antilles have less muscle. I believe it is the average, and there are stuff that is more important than muscles. I just like the idea. No, yeah, 100%. I got you, my dude. Yeah, like a beefy antinatalist dude would be like a vegan gains, but like an antinatalist gains guy would be, good for the community. Having all sorts of microcosms of segments of the group, like antinatalist artists, antinatalist athletes, antinatalist comedians, if we could have like a bunch of different things, that'd be great. But they are more sustainable, but we do consume more resources. But they're also, I mean, what is sustainable? Sustainability has no value, though. I mean, there is no value in sustainability. What is I could make a sustainable torture factory, and I wouldn't like. I can't put a gold star on and be like, "Yeah, look at how sustainable it is. Isn't this great, guys?" Like sustainability doesn't really matter to me. What matters is like how much pain is being produced and how much pleasure is being produced. If pleasure is something that exists and matters, basically how much pain is being prevented or pleasure is being produced, and how much pain is being produced, which is a bad thing. So basically, pain prevented minus pain produced equals how good it is, and or how bad it is if the pain is more than the prevention. So I don't really care about the efficiency of the system though, because yeah, you could say America is not very efficient because we have to like extract things from other countries, but those other countries are just kind of very sustainable hellholes. So and for wrinkle, yeah, a sustainable hellhole is kind of worse off than the one that's gonna collapse, in my opinion. Like even Rita has that point going for him, I guess. In his terms of his acceleration video I was just reviewing. He was like the accelerationists are allies of Ephesus. I don't really agree with that because I don't think it works for animal extinction per se. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I think a society that's going to do that is a little better than otherwise. There are a bunch of Facebook groups, Spanish, Portuguese, Chinese, etc. Huh. Fortunately, most of them are private, which doesn't really add much to the reach. Yeah, I don't know why you'd make a bunch of private groups in terms of antinatalism. You would think you would just want your thing to be open so that anybody could see it. It's like, unless it's very, very specific about euthanasia or something that's like a topic that might get you banned. Like, I don't know why you would create a Facebook group that's private. At least in terms of like this movement specifically. Other movements I completely understand, and other types of stuff. It's like, yeah, but like for such a movement that's about outreach, it's kind of weird and odd that people would make private groups. But then again, if they have multiple if they have multiple groups, then it makes sense. If you have a private group and a open group, then that makes sense. But if you just have a private group, then it's a little dumb, in my opinion. No offense. We can assume those first in the first world countries are happier. We are completely controlled wage slaves. I'd rather be free. I don't want a social security number or driver's license, etc. Definitely have a point there. It just does seem that like there probably are is certain types of luxuries that come with like having shelter guaranteed. I'm not saying like there's a big difference between us and someone who's like an anarcho-primitivist, okay? Like I don't anarcho-primitives I think have better lifestyles. But any third world nation, that's different, man. They're still struggling to survive. They still have jobs and stuff. They still have to deal with all this capitalism bullshit going on. It's just they're poor stuff. They're poor shit. Their happiness studies would show that poor people are happier so long as they don't live in abject poverty. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like a majority of the world does live in like abject poverty, pretty much. So it's kind of like I don't know what you're saying exactly. Like, I mean, like if you're in the third world, you're pretty much in abject poverty. Like the reason that they're not taking up much resources, the reason they're not like producing a ton of inefficient things, because they can only afford like inefficient coal plants and stuff like that, and they're just beginning to get into like that type of age. So it's like the only reason they're able to even like really afford any of that is poverty. I'm saying, what about you? Um, Yeah, exactly. I mean, Avi here is poor as shit, and he's from Syria, and he's basically says everybody in his country kind of just hates being alive, including himself. So I don't really know if poor people are exactly happier. I think poor people are more ignorant of things going on, and ignorance typically leads to happiness. But when it comes down to it, no, I don't really think per se being poor is going to lead you to be like blindly happy or anything. You can be poor, rich, and realize life is kind of shitty. When it comes down to it, the more pain that's going on in your life, the more likely there's a chance you're going to realize life's shitty. So they're producing resources. Those resources are being taken by first world countries. That's why they are poor. I mean, that doesn't help, I'm sure, but I mean, sometimes the economy also just isn't really helping you transform if you catch my drift. I don't know how to say that. Like I guess they're producing resources for we're taking by first world countries. That's why they're poor. I don't know. It just seems like some parts of the world just. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying like genetics or anything weird like that. I'm just saying like the resources aren't distributed equally essentially, and certain economies aren't built in a day and age that like yeah. I mean, and even if you're right, that is 100% just fully. It's not has anything to do with like the land or anything like that. It doesn't have anything to do with like previous histories of lack of education being like generationally passed down, so therefore it's just set behind. It has nothing to do with tradition or religion. It all has to do with just us taking things from them. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're like I believe that fucking goats is okay, and like it has nothing to do with any of that type of shit. That like they literally fuck goats and have their virginity taken by goats, and like none of that backwards ass like culture stuff. It has to do with solely just the fact that there's exploitation of capitalism going on, then hey, I would say guess what, my dude? It still doesn't matter. Like it still really doesn't matter. Like I don't get what you're saying. Like it still sucks to be born there. Like yeah, the exploitation is gonna occur no matter what. Like why be born in the third world? Fucking goats doesn't make them poor. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the fact that like a lot of these people aren't have living like lives that are exactly happy, my dude. They're like they can't bust a nut. They fuck animals. If they're not, if they're trying to get a nut to be happy, and they have to go for it by taking an animal out, and if like dumping a load on that. I mean, the world's fucked is basically what I'm saying. Like you can't there's always a happiness exchange going on. Like, like either you're fucking animals and you're stealing your neighbor's shit, or you're stealing someone's shit from across the world, and so it's just kind of like it's just exploitation, bro. Exploitation inherent to everything. It's not just capitalism. He suffered because he suffered, not just because he was in that country. I mean, you definitely have a point. Yeah, I mean, everybody's suffering. I'm suffering quite a bit here in America, but I think that there's a significant difference in suffering between like me and like someone who's like living like in abject poverty, or someone who's living like in India working 3 jobs a week or some shit, like like a crowded apartment complex of like 1,000 people. Yeah, I'm aware that we have a service-oriented economy. We don't produce anything. We're basically just the world's war machine that just passes money around. We basically sell weapons, blow things up for people, and then all the money inside just floats and circles around. So you're right. We are a service economy. The whole world would be better off without America existing. But I don't think that's going to really change anything much. I mean, people are just gonna still be poor shit and exploited in some areas. There's always gonna be people being exploited. We might get people out of pure abject poverty, and then that's great, that's cool and stuff. But it's still gonna be problematic in the sense that we're never gonna get pain as a permanent solution gone, so long as life remains. Uh, it's just not gonna happen, and unfortunately. Uh, this whole thing got into the conversation because I was kind of talking shit about the third world countries, and you said that we produce way more, we're way more inefficient with our productions and stuff. And I was basically saying that this efficiency doesn't really matter. What matters is pain production. And then you said basically pain is caused by the fact that we cause pain. Reason that they're suffering is and in pain is because of us causing exploitation. So if we didn't exist, they wouldn't be poor. But to me, it also just seems like, I mean, if you really look at like what is the African slave trade, yeah, sure, we bought them and all that stuff, and we made them suffer. But like they literally like it's not like we went over there and like we were like rounded them all up and we're just like we're taking you from your homes. It's more like they literally sold them off like, hey, get fucked, brother. We're selling you to this white man over here with gunpowder. So, because we're also assholes, all people are assholes. My point is, all people are assholes, regardless of culture, regardless of economic situation going on. Everything is going to be exploitative, and it's never going to really fix itself and change. And even if America's gone, they're still going to be doing the same shit that they're doing over there. Because guess what? If you've noticed, a lot of the poor countries also have them to be extraordinarily religious and have a lot of theocratic rulers and stuff like that, and backwards ass religious stuff. So I think, yeah, sure, economics, great. But if you just get rid of the cappy, you're just gonna get some religious fucker instead. So, all of the businesses are moving to third world countries. Everything is about to turn around. I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe you might be right. Hopefully, you have something right about that. But when it comes down to it, I'm thinking they're moving to third world countries because outsourcing is easy to, for business. Once the outsource there, the supplies go back to America, though. So, it's not exactly like those countries really gain any profit from Nike moving their business there. So, does that justify how cruel slave owners were to slaves? No, I never said that. I basically just said that they essentially just sell out slaves to their own people, basically. Basically, what I'm saying is like it wasn't capitalism that caused its slavery. It wasn't the fact that economics from America existed. The first world wasn't what caused the pain of slavery. What caused the pain of slavery was human selfishness and the ability and willingness to sell your brother into slavery basically for no reason whatsoever besides self gratification and profit. And that will never change and that will always exist. Other countries owned slaves, but none of them were as cruel as America. That is technically true because we view everything as like just profits and stuff of that nature. So, but at the same time, um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't really say much against that. The fact that we are more cruel, but I think that's just a byproduct of capitalism as like a system of just looking at people as like money bags, like just looking at everybody as if money. And that's also a byproduct of religion because America was founded on religious extremism. I mean, it was literally a bunch of religious extremists that were kicked out of Europe for being too religiously extreme, going to America and then starting up like colonies. So, I mean, as I said before, religious extremists not exactly, the greatest example of people who are, of good mind. Maybe he didn't have friends because everyone there is a religious lunatic. I mean, if you're talking about Ethel Blaze, 100%. I don't think it had much to do with poverty. He was talking about how everything was pointless. No, 100%. I guess, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that the poverty thing really helps, but yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, the pointlessness thing definitely fucking is what makes me want to die like every damn day. It's just seems like there's nothing to fight for anymore, really. Like it's like how much will I actually change anything? There's already so many videos on the internet about FLism. Everybody I'm talking to here is either an FList or an antinatalist. It's like we can argue about all these little niche details like, oh, the economics, blah, 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 or whatever. But it's not really going to matter when it comes down to it because all that really matters is the future generations and their suffering prevention, which is primarily going to be happening from birth prevention. And what we're talking about right now has very little to do with that. So, I mean, it's just kind of like, I mean, what am I really doing here of value? Jack fucking diddly shit for the most part. It's like I'm just being honest. So it's like, yeah, I understand what you mean. It just seems like everything's pointless, everything's meaningless. It's just talking the talk, doing things to do things, going to the job to get money. It's just because society tells me I need to do that shit, and it's just like I don't know. Like I could probably very easily, given my mental conditions, apply for like government aid for assistance or whatever, and get like a couple like $200 a month, and easily live off of like like paying for my food from that or whatever. Like it's like there's tons of things I could do, but it's like I can't be arsed. I don't want to be a parasite, and like it's just life just is miserable. But America decided that blacks weren't human beings. No other country did this. I mean, uh, other countries still thought that like people were lower because they were able to be. They wouldn't ever treat them as had theories that animals had no consciousness. So we quite literally had the theories that like animals don't have consciousnesses, and then we were like black people are animals, blah blah blah. So therefore they don't have consciousnesses or something like that. So basically there was a bunch of reasons that people were exploiting people, and I don't necessarily think it had anything to do with capitalism. It's more just religious extremism. I mean, if you look at the Middle East, like they're quite literally decapitating people for being gay and shit. Like they're not exactly treating the people who they view as lesser than them as humans either. So it's like, I don't know. Humans constantly dehumanize. I can't say it's just a capitalism thing. Like, it's like, I don't know. It seems to me like this isn't a capitalism issue. It seems like an issue built into biology. Like, apes will literally commit genocide and beat the fuck out of like other apes at the border of their territory and go into their territory to expand it, and literally beat apes to death and ambush them in like guerrilla tactics, quite literally called guerrilla tactics for a reason. To just try to, take territory, to literally commit genocide. So it's just like, no, I have a feeling in my gut that like the dehumanization and violence in the world is more a product of biology and less a product of capitalism. We can speculate all we want about Eva Blaze, but there is a lot we don't know about his situation. Yeah, pretty much. I've heard some bad arguments like they are animals, we are humans. Basically, yeah, it's a shitty argument. I don't know why people would even make that in the past, but I mean, they can talk just like us, they can do math just like us, they can do everything just like us. There's no difference between a white person, an Asian person, a black person, Mexican person, Hispanic person, Swedish person, Norwegian, no difference between them and like Zimbabwean. Like all people basically are basically the same, besides like slight skeletal differences and like slight differences in like your like hormones, like what you're allergic to and stuff like that. Like if you're like risk to like certain type of diseases. Like white people have had like immunities to like the Black Death for a long period of time now because had that sweep through Europe, and now the ones that survived had genetic immunities. So well of white people have immunity to the Black Death. I mean, there's like a lot of like weird shit like that. They're like genetically different from people, but there's nothing like major that like indicates intelligence or like anything of that nature. So it's like, yeah, the fact that people said what they said back in the day is just silly and stupid. That itself is like a product of culture and stuff. But when it comes down to it, no, I don't think that I don't think the human exploitation is a product of culture because you can see that in like all animals. It's like a nature of all life is to grab energy from things and pull it into yourself. Seems at the top of them being just as valuable as us doesn't cross their mind. Pretty much, yeah. I was bringing up the carnist argument, and when they said they are animals, we are humans. Pretty much, yeah. For some reason, people don't see that they're literally doing the exact same thing to animals that we did historically to African Americans, black people. I use the term black people because I think African American sounds like whitewashing the term to be like, "Ooh, look at us, we're all PC." And most people who are black just prefer to be called black. They're just like, I'm black. Like, it's the color of my skin. Don't call me African American. I've never been to Africa. I'm just an American. So, if anybody's wondering why I say black, it's just because most people that I know use the word, who are black, use the word black instead of African American because they're like, I've never been to Africa. I'm just an American. So, which is based. They are fellow American comrades, patriots. Just kidding, I'm not a patriot. But there's no difference from a dog, cow suffering 15 pain units and a human suffering the same pain units. Exactly, precisely. Yep, I know. I've you sound very white for some reason. I don't know why, but if as you said on your channel, you said people think you sound white, and I think you don't sound white for some reason. But once you said you're black, I'm like, maybe. I mean, I can maybe like see it, but like you really do sound white. But yeah, I know you're a Black American. It's confusing when you first hear your voice, though. When you first hear your voice, it's just kind of like. And then you say you're black, and it's just like, what? What? It's not what I was imagining at all. I was imagining like a very tall guy that looks like Dwight. I mean, I think you still look. You're probably still tall from the picture. Many people think I'm white. Don't know why. I don't know. Yeah, man. I mean, based off of the picture, I think I've seen on. I don't know if it was your Discord or like your something, but I think I've seen a picture of you or something somewhere. You look like you're a tall, slim, black guy. But when it comes down to it, I thought you were like some tall, slim white dude that looks like Dwight from The Office for some reason. That was just how I like envisioned you. No offense. My it seems so mean to envision someone as Dwight from The Office. I'm so sorry. That's I'm a bully. I hope you at least found it funny though, like that I have like a sense of humor. Haha, he hoo hoo. I'm gonna be right back, and then I'm gonna do some red light therapy, and we can just talk about whatever we want to talk about. Maybe I'll read some Emil Saran. And yeah, we'll just keep doing the live stream. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay, yep, you're right. There was some people thinking Jamir Tyndall wasn't black, and then he was interesting. He goes by TJ Antonatalist nowadays. Oh, JT Antonatalist these days. I will look him up. Oh, I'm already subscribed to JT Antonatalist. Awesome. Cool. The therapy lamp of justice. Clearing me of depression. One photon at a time. He rapped in one of my antinatalism songs once, but is no longer on YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. YouTube's always taking shit down. Hmm. Let's see. Oh shit. Let's watch some Thoria. Unless somebody has any questions before I watch Thoria, because Thoria is always good to watch. But unless I've already seen this video, let's find out.
My mother didn't want to live anymore. She's really overwhelmed and couldn't manage paying her bills, just feeling overwhelmed by her life. It made me feel like I can't describe it really. It just felt like I didn't know how to help her back in that sense. I didn't know how to
Helpful.
save her like she would want to save me, you know?
Wow. Okay, you want brutal honesty? I'm a 61-year-old gay man, and years ago I had AIDS, and my father said to me, "Well, you deserve that for your lifestyle."
The most painful thing I've been told was, I expected that from you. It was like they just expected me to fail the entire time. And the thing that hurt the most was that it was my father. At first, it wasn't even hard to hear. I expected it. But then I just started thinking about it. Like I had me spiral. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't continue.
My wife told me that she was told that she was too pretty to be with me because I was black. That was the most painful thing I was ever told. We were going to pick up food from a restaurant. So in my mind, I was sitting in the car, so they didn't even see me treating her any type of way, or you literally know nothing about me. And that was the first thing they said, on first impulse, Now I have a subconscious thought that people are either judging me or they have a preconceived notion about me when I deal with them.
I think I wasn't actually told this, but one time my family and I got into a huge fight, and I was just walking past a hall, bawling my eyes out, and my mom just looked at me, and then she kept walking, and she didn't say anything to me. And I didn't have to be told anything to know what it meant. I wish something had been said. I think everyone's had that time
Evangelists
where
don't
a
think anything
conversation has
can be
happened entirely
just
silent.
sacrifice. Basically,
So recently, the
all
most
this
painful
shit
thing that I've been
is
told is that my dog has
unjustified.
cancer and it's spread to her lungs. It's just me and my dog, so
None of this
definitely
should have
probably the
occurred.
most painful thing that I've been told. I lived in Austin, Texas. I moved there to do
And she
film,
just gets another dog.
and I wanted a dog, and so I got Emmy in 2011. She was a rescue dog. She was abused, and I've had her for about 10
Even
years
the dog
now,
was abused.
and she's my best friend.
Can't have any fun.
Probably when I was younger, kids would say to me, "Oh, your name sounds weird because it's not American," or they'd make fun of it. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be small comments almost, but then it would stay with me for a long time, and it still kind of affects me today. I can't pinpoint a certain thing, but it's kind of a series of events that have led up to something. So.
Well, I think your name's beautiful.
Thank you.
Wholesome 100.
The most painful thing for me is that day when I knew that I won a green card. And for many people it's happiness, and they want to be, and they in US they want to live in a dream. But for me it was painful because I should leave my home, my family, my friends.
Yeah, it's a trade-off.
It was painful for me.
Have success and freedom from pain of living in one life. You have to.
Freshman year of high school, I was sitting at a lunch
pain
table.
of leaving what you love.
It's sitting across from this kid on the football team, and I had a hard time getting along with the kids. And he announced he was speaking to me, but in an announcing way to everybody, asking me, "Why are you sitting here? Nobody wants you here. You should go sit with the little kids," where the little kids were playing. So
that's mean.
That was a strong wave of alienation that kind of followed me throughout my first 2 years of high school. That was a defining moment. I ended up having to go to a new school because of bullying issues. So I went to a new school junior year, and then it was cool.
I guess, what advice would you have for you, little freshman year you, if you could talk to him right now?
Oh, it's not you that's the problem.
Yeah.
I guess, because I would feel like I was the problem. What am I doing wrong?
I'd probably say when I was younger, coming home from elementary school and then find out my little brother had birth defects and everything when he was born. So that was pretty deep. I was in elementary school, but I still think about it, and then a year later.
Yeah, the news is just profit.
I remember taking care of him.
They don't report on certain news because the government would be they don't
feed him
know.
and all that. Just take care of him. But yeah, that just hurt.
What's the most painful thing you've been told?
Oh, dude. Honestly, somebody told me that they lost their lust for me, and that was really hard to process.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Damn,
that I'm not worthy
don't
enough
wanna fuck
to
me
be loved
anymore.
by
Big
somebody
rip.
I love the most. He told me that I wasn't good enough to be with anybody else but him, and that we were both pieces of shit. And so it really hurt me because I was just
because he was like my everything, and he made me feel like I was a nobody. When I meet somebody else, I just feel like I'm not worthy enough to be with them. Like they're doing me a solid, like they're doing a charity for me.
He said that every time he said he loved me, he didn't mean it. He'd get drunk, right? And then he'd be like, I love you. I want you to be my wife. I want you to be my everything, blah, blah, blah. And then next morning, I'd be like, oh, this is what you said. And I'd laugh and be like, you meant it, right? He'd be like, I don't remember saying it, so I didn't mean it. Or he would remember saying it, and he'd be like, oh, I don't mean it. Like, why would you listen to me when I'm drunk? Like, it was all a mistake. Like, it made me feel really corpse bride type thing. Like, the part she's like, why did you ask me to marry me? And then he was like, I didn't mean it, like that kind of. But
when my wife told me that she didn't love me and had never loved me before. Yeah, it was very painful and very difficult to grapple with, to understand what was happening, and there's still a lot I don't understand in that. But
maybe probably that I was too fat to have the friends that I had. I was too fat and I was not pretty enough to have the friends that I had. That was a little painful. And it came from someone that I thought friend. So that was a bummer. You never like to be told that you're not good enough for anything. So that is my answer. Still the happiest person I know, so brush off.
Fair enough.
My dad
Give me some of your
told
happiness.
me that I get tattoos because I've got nothing else going on in my life, basically.
Damn.
And that I'm a loser. And what else? Well, I used to be a burlesque dancer, and so he called me a prostitute. So
Oof,
if that's
damn,
how
going
your
hard.
own father sees you, you start to wonder like what other people might think of you.
Yeah.
Not that it matters so much as how my dad feels about me, but it makes you wonder.
Pretty
makes
much,
you
my
doubt.
dude. Yeah, these people are all
What's the
natalist
most
and stuff like
painful
that.
thing you've been told?
They all have all this self-loathing
That's
attitude, yet
right
they,
on the money. It was
still think the world's brilliant
this
place
past
for
October.
perpetuating.
This
Such
woman
interesting
who I had lived
psychology.
with for a year, and we had
There's so much pain
gone
in
our
everybody's
separate ways.
lives,
In
and they don't
the
even
crux or
realize
the
it's
peak of
unjustified.
all this, she told me that I use my depression as an excuse so I don't have to deal with anything difficult in my life.
Why do you think that was so painful to you?
Because it's true, but it's not a conscious decision. It's like at my unhealthiest, I just stew in it, and that's not fair to my partner. And I could see that. I could see that in the pain that she was expressing.
That's hard. Probably my mom told me my dad didn't want me, and it wasn't true. Yeah, my mom doesn't like my dad, so she didn't want him around, and she would tell us that he didn't want us and that he wouldn't come around. In reality, he was coming around all the time. She just wouldn't let him see us. So.
Women.
This happened when I came out to my parents, and I remember exactly what my mom said. She was like, I just don't think I can support you and look at you the same way now.
He would have done natalist behavior if
That's
he
exactly how she
decided
said
to
it.
do something.
And in the moment, it really, really hurt. Ever since then, it just hasn't been the same. Your parents are supposed to be the people who they're like the primary caregivers, supposed to love you, support you, always, no matter what. And so to hear that and to feel it like in their actions just really sucks.
I guess being told this is really it seems superficial and random, but in high school, freshman year, there was a guy and I was talking to him, and I had my friend go up to him and ask him what he thought of me, and he's like, I'm not really into Asians, and I feel like growing up
Damn, man.
in the Midwest, where you're definitely a clear cut minority and it's pretty obvious. You try to spend your whole life kind of
Many
pretending that you're
antinatalists are
I'm not
homophobic.
defined by
Why
my
would they be
race.
homophobic?
And then
That's
you
so weird.
slowly come to realize oh, okay, this is a part of me that I am going to have to deal with.
I'm actually curious. Are there a lot of homophobic antinatalists? I mean, I'm LGBTQ, but I find the community annoying because I find them annoying just because it's an issue, but it's not an important issue to me. So I'm just kind of there's so many more important issues in terms of economics and in terms of philosophy and stuff. So I've always kind of been annoyed at the LGBT community since they've got like legal marriage. I'm kind of like, yo, it's no longer that big of an issue, guys. But when it comes down to it, I still at the same time like, they deserve the same rights as people. So like we should vote. If anybody's against them, we should immediately be like, that guy's not worthy of voting for. If he's against gay marriage, he's draconian backwards, like disqualified from voting right then and there. Like you don't even consider them as a candidate worth voting for. But when it comes down to it, like I don't exactly think like it's like, oh my god, he's for gay marriage. Wow. It's like it's more like, oh, that's kind of what everybody should be for. It's like, what's your stance on universal health care or universal college or the right to die? Like that's like more like stuff that I'm concerned about is like actual things that like really majorly affect people's lives on like a global scale and like universally affect things. But when it comes down to it, I'm not against LGBTQ stuff because I'm pansexual slash bisexual myself. But it's just like, eh, eh, I just don't really care about that stuff. It's not really a community I really have anything in common with to jive with conversations. They unsubscribed because I scheduled a live stream to help a gay guy who was suicidal. They told me that homosexuality has nothing to do with antinatalism. Why the fuck would someone unsubscribe because you want to help a guy who's suicidal? That's fucked up. I mean, I'm a pro moralist, but even I wouldn't help a person who's suicidal if they don't want to exit and they're a person who's potentially going to become an antinatalist or is an antinatalist. Like they always should be helped out. Their lives are very valuable. And when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, doesn't need to have anything to do with antinatalism. Like my videos half the time are me just walking around or playing video games or some shit. It's just like I wouldn't expect someone to unsubscribe from my channel just because I'm not curating every single one of my videos to them specifically. It's like, okay, if you don't want to watch a video where I'm helping a suicidal guy, don't watch the video. Just click on the next video, I guess, where it's content related to what you want to watch, I guess. Like who gives a fuck? Like that's how I look at the world. I just make whatever I want to make. I don't give a shit what people tell me to do. That's why I live stream a lot. It's because it's like I can just do whatever. I just bring my laptop with me. Like I literally am like cooking dinner and I'm like live streaming it. Then I bring my laptop out back to my room and I'm like gaming and I'm live streaming it, answering people's questions and just talking to chat. Like it's like I can do basically all things of life, vlogging my life basically, while answering questions about like philosophy and ethics and stuff like that. Well, also I make specific videos responding to specific things. Like my last one that I did was about the sentientism group chat. I was just talking shit about them because a lot of people in the sentientism group chat don't really care about wildlife suffering, or if they do, they don't really care about it in like a way that's like meaningful. Like they're just like, yeah, man, wildlife suffering really sucks. I think we should really do nothing about it. And you're like, what? And you're like, what do you mean? You're like, can't really do anything about it, so we should stop interfering with animals. We should just like stop it. And I'm like, okay. So when it comes down to it, sentientism is stupid, man. I don't fucking know. I mean, I like sentientism. The group chat that I'm in is just a bunch of people who are breeders and are just like don't interfere with things, and yeesh, it bugs me. Not my cup of tea. And they also are not antinatalist or ethicist. They're completely like for bringing life into existence. Because they're long termists. They think in the very future is going to be a utopian world. So they're totally cool with the amount of corpses being piled up just to get to this supposed glorious utopia in the future that is never going to exist. And even if it did exist, wouldn't actually be that good. So, I mean, when it comes down to it, I do agree with what the anti-analyst informant said earlier about society being not that much different than like, anarcho-primitivism. Like if you really want to watch an interesting, fun video, I'm gonna finish the rest of this one.
That people are more aware
So,
about. like it's like something that like it'd be easy to just ignore if you could, but at the end of the day, like it's kind of the way that the way you something you can't control, the way that you kind of present yourself to society, and the way you act accordingly is something you can control. So I feel like that's kind of what I've learned is how to like deal with that, and to kind of like tell people that
Basically, life is pain. Let's go to here. Seb, are you still watching this, by the way? Where is it, my boy? We've already watched this video before. We're gonna watch it again. Oh. Monkey human noises.
Video. That's one of my first. Please keep an open mind. We are in a very remote part of the planet right now.
Awesome. Glad you're here. If a human ate their own child alive at birth, we would do stuff about it, but animals, it is supposed to be different for some reason. According to them, yeah, it's very strange.
I'll be joining the tribe for a 2-day hunt for baboons. So let's meet.
It's natural, man.
This is Shakua, the youngest hunter. Meet Cha'aba, the tracker.
Sure, we'll certainly do. Yeah.
And this is Nandoa, the serious one. I think I saw him smile in 2 days. Also with us, Gumbo and Adam from Experiential Travel Africa. And this is Yusuf, our local guide. He speaks Tanzania. And they call me Kuku, which means friend.
Okay. And we're off. Quite an entourage. There's 4 Azabi men with about 12 dogs. I'll get the antelope in there. Let's go. And we've got myself and the rest of the experiential travel crew behind me. But
let that sink in for a second. This video is a time machine to how all humans used to live. It's wild.
It's a mass. You found something?
I'm gonna go back.
The Azabe are the closest living analog to our shared African ancestors. Let that sink in for a second. This video is a time machine to how all humans used to live. It's wild.
It's a massive baobab tree. I heard the Hadza people sometimes go pray to them for rain.
Rest in alumni.
It's a hard-nosed bat. I guess anything
oh, look at him. It's adorable and probably tasty. If they make the noise, the fire is more fiery.
It's the baboon skin. The baboon skin gives you the strength. I thought we were making the fire to cook, but it turns out we were making the fire to bake.
Fuck yeah.
What would you do if a man wearing a baboon skin hat offers you a newspaper joint in the middle of the African bush? Would you say yes, or would you say no? Let me know in the comments.
I would say yes, 100%.
All of the questions. It simply said that it's part of their culture. I don't know for how long, but it's needless to say, these guys had experience. For a moment, Chakwa stops to straighten his arrows, and then chaos.
Yeah, take care, Seb. Terriers are better? Probably. I have a cat named Marco.
We got something.
We got something.
And the Hazabe pulled onto the road. There, they bite its ear, so it calls out to its mother. The other tribe members
This is the world, bro.
Hoping she'll come.
It's cruel.
But she doesn't come. The juvenile kudu is killed quickly with a bite to its neck. This is a big catch for them, so we
They just tear its fucking neck out, bro. It's wild as shit. And then they smoke a joint afterwards. This is the most metal thing I've fucking seen.
Cha'aba ties up the kudu to make it easier to carry. Our sights are still set on the baboons.
Haven't learned much. I learned one thing. When we catch something, we celebrate. AKA we smoke. Also watch like the esophagus of a deer, kill it. So it's been a full day. It's only 9 o'clock. Baboon.
I'm just like them though. I celebrate by smoking and just the ancestors and wake up smoking, celebrate smoking. Everything feel good by smoking.
So they use for the bush kick. When I shoot a small bird, it just stuck here. Otherwise, when you remove this one, I shoot a bird, so it's going straight in. This one. So this one is arrow poison. So the black here you can see, this is poison. And the metal is hook, so when you shoot animal, just stay there because of the hook, and the poison is melting, and for the blood system and stop. So 25 minutes is enough.
So you can kill a bird with a corn cob, basically, yeah. So it's kind of like golf, just way more exciting. It's really amazing to be here and watching this. Every little indent in the sand, every little chirp in the woods, they can know and they can read. There's just constant information flowing in from all sides. I don't hear anything. And the dogs only accentuate that. It's like using cheat codes. Their nose and their ears can pick up things that humans can't. And so they'll find a paw print or they'll whistle the dogs to go, and the dogs will go and they'll search out the area. It's incredible to watch, actually.
All it takes is a single squeak, and the dogs rush in. This is a dwarf mongoose. We add it to the tally. We spot something else. It's eggs.
I wonder what those noises mean. You know,
I'm wrong here. It's actually a horned decans horned.
do you take pills to supplement your vegan diet? Yeah.
Adventure update. We
Back when I was non-vegan, I had some of these, so I had like 2 things of these because it was buy one get one free. So I still have fish oil from when I was not vegan. So occasionally I'll take those. Otherwise, I have everything I need right here.
Back under the flat top of case trees. We call home.
With a men's multi-whole food growing USD organic vegan tablets. There's 90 of them in here. Got for like 20-30 bucks.
So behind
then an iron supplement, 25 milligrams, which I take every day, every other day, you know, whenever I remember, basically. I don't take these every day, but I take them like whenever I remember, which is pretty much every day. So I'm pretty much good, and I don't even take my vitamins daily. So, but I'm also built like a fucking machine. I got God genetics. Just kidding.
I like to help you do the same. You can tell the world person how I do it. All on Patreon. Check it out.
No, I'm just a narcissist.
Okay, I don't know what it is with liver, but it seems every culture on this planet, doesn't matter if they're in Siberia or in Tanzania, liver is one of the first things you always eat. I guess it's always the best part. We saw it cut out fresh, put on the fire. I've had it raw before. It's a luxury that's a little bit cooked. And we're gonna take a bite. Yeah. And it tastes good. That's good liver. First time. The thing is, like, I think we're normally used to having chicken liver, which tastes really metallic-y, like eating rusty nails. Tastes like meat. A little bit pasty, but really, really good, actually. I think that means in Hazabe, really damn delicious.
Yusuf shows me the hut to sleep at night, and also some chuba root that the women had foraged while we were out hunting.
I'll take this, yeah.
We're comparing war wounds. I am completely thrashed and peeled open. Meanwhile, the Hazabe shins are bulletproof.
The kudu is hung up to dry, and later they'll be feasting. The whole tribe will have quite a big feast today, actually. Unfortunately, we can't stay due to COVID rules. We're not allowed to stay here in the evenings or overnight. Otherwise, I would love to sleep under this big, beautiful acacia tree with the tribe, but anytime you can't. That's fine. I'm just happy to be here. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue our baboon hunt from a different angle. I'm excited. I'm nervous, and I really don't know what to expect. Surprises. That's what I've learned. That's what to expect. See you in the morning.
The next morning, we find out we'll be beginning from a different location. And 2 of the guys, they want to lift. Wake and bake, I guess.
Wake and bake. Yo.
We are now on our way to wage war on the baboons.
Fuck the baboon.
My bucket list is long, and I've been fortunate to do a lot in my life. But raiding a baboon camp was not on that list.
We're near the cliffs where the baboons live.
Like honeybees. Are they going to get the honey? What about getting stung? I guess we don't need bee suits. If you're man enough.
Like they're fucking just going at the bees like crazy. They don't give a fuck. Truly, this is what living is, guys. You could be doing this every day. Chasing after bees and just instead of working and just like this is what they do in the morning and afternoon, bro. It's just a couple hours of having fun in the woods, dicking around with the boys, and then they get the lava and eggs. You know, just munching that shit. They're like, yo, this is some gourmet shit. That is life, bro. And now we're sitting here slaving away in our corporate jobs.
That's why they initially ate it. And they don't just eat the honey, right? They eat more.
Yeah, exactly.
So what they eat the babies.
I'm narrating about slaving away at my corporate jobs as a giant red light beams on my chest. It costs $1,200, which I paid $1,000 for because it was on sale. Truly beautiful. I have like no money in my bank account practically. Like, hey, I had this for like 2 years.
This is amazing. I can't even explain it. Finger looking good.
Finger looking good. Exploit the bees, but they're wild bees, so it's okay. It's not like you brought them into existence. They brought themselves into existence, and then they just destroyed them.
Tracking the baboons
In primordialism.
Baboon tracks.
Wow.
Are they close? Yeah, close. Very close. Yeah.
I gave Sokolo, the chief, my GoPro again. And a second later, the dog goes down. It's time.
The chief has the GoPro. Big chief has the GoPro, bro.
Oh, spikes, man. Oh my god. Oh, I'm covered in blood. I'm completely out of breath. I think we found him. Oh god. Didn't know if they found him or not, but the guys were pointing to one of the dogs who has a big bite out of its back. God damn it. I feel bad for him. This is a war. As a dog lover, that's really hard to see.
Have some
but this is
big old
the dog 10,000 years
chompers.
ago. Probably somewhere right around here. And this is the dog
Eat
dog
fruits,
for
idiots.
until
Yeah,
50 years ago when we decided
basically.
to cross
Just
breed
eat
them
some
with hugs
fruits.
and it's the way it's always been. Is that the way it
But
always should be?
in Savannah, I guess, you know, you have
I'm
to be
here and I witness and I try not to make judgments.
opportunistic,
I'd love to know
I
what your
guess.
thoughts are as well. I'd love to know your thoughts as well on hunting. Hunting is one of those things that I think there is two sides of the story and we don't talk about it enough. So in the comments, let's start a conversation.
When it
Baboons
comes
escaped
down
that day,
to it,
but that's fine.
I
Hadzabe have
100%
bigger
agree
problems
with
to worry
Tay
about.
here.
There are only about 1,200
Eat
left,
fruits,
and of those, only about
dum-dums.
400 still
But
live
they're
purely
not
on what they handed down.
educated
And we were lucky
in
to meet
the
some of these
ways
rare
of
people. Their land is
agriculture.
shrinking and being claimed by other tribes that raise cattle. Their culture is slowly changing as the luxuries of the modern world penetrate into the deepest corners of our planet. What happens next? Is
Good.
uncertain. I'm just excited to experience
See,
it
I
and share
think
with you
basically
this
it's
rare
good
glimpse of how
for
we all
societies like this to
Unfortunately, we did not get a
go
baboon. We got a lot of other
extinct
stuff like
and
that.
to have
Before
vegan
saying goodbye,
societies and
thank you
stuff
so
prop
much
up
for my
much
gumbo. I gave him
better.
the crazy idea of hunting with Hadzabe, and he's like,
I mean, to be fair, hunting is not that bad because it's just eliminating animals that exist in primordialism. It's not really that bad. But so I mean, it really depends, I guess. I mean, how you look at it. So I mean, they're not really. They're probably not that bad for the environment, given primordialism. They're probably good for the environment, actually, if anything. But you know, but societies that are third world as fuck, those are definitely not exactly good. Let's see if we can find. Their other video.
This is exciting. Go, 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 go. I'm covered in blood. I'm completely out of breath. I think we found him. Oh god. I travel the world to make myself uncomfortable and to fight my fears and to learn and grow as a person. If you're a subscriber, you're probably here for the same reason. But if
No, I'm not here for the same reason. I'm here to show people what it's like to be the exact same as everybody else, but primitive as fuck. And so
The
basically
Hadzabe are a
show
small
that
tribe of hunter-gatherers living
technological
by Lake
advancement is
Eyasi in
meaningless.
Tanzania. They are
Advancing
some of
won't
the
save
last true
us.
hunter-gatherers
We're
left
always
on
the same
planet
levels
Earth
of happiness.
and are under threat of disappearing. There are only about 1,500 left. About 2 months ago, I was fortunate to be able to spend 48 hours hunting with them.
this is exciting. Go, 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 go.
It was all the excitement you'd expect. Later, I returned to join them, this time in a longer 72-hour hunting trek, deeper in the African bush. During this time, and right before raiding another baboon camp, I asked Sokolo, the leader of this tribe of hunter-gatherers, what's the most important thing in life?
Manako. 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 Manako bala. Bala. Mana kita. Mana kita. Ko agak kakacana ihane ngana tinggal ko mati. Na ne.
Is it baboons?
Yeah, he saw baboons.
Baboons over there.
Because you can see the hill over there. They go to sleep over there.
That's good.
I ask, what happens after you die?
Same shit as Christianity, bro.
The youngest hunter, Babua, joins us. He wants to help clarify some of Sokolo's answers, starting with the importance of hydration.
Atibi bawa, atibi fachana bi, atibi. Misi zita kote seme
Stay hydrated, brothers.
I ask, what was your happiest day?
Furahia maisha kwa kwanza kwa maana kutoa maana
Now with Babua here, I ask again, what happens when you die?
Mabita 10 amana tumabita bamizo akaa kwa haini kwa mabita amana ko bawa mana ko mbito kobe kweso mesiwa mana aseme amana koso ahom ube tunto kwa akaa kwa haini au kwa mabami koso akaa kwa ina bami wako ishoko ahom obi kwa bita bana ko bas sekeme abami wa ima ko bita ina koloko bogo iki abita ba fly atona ba tetsa atona boko mabami atona kweso.
Do they believe that they see their ancestors when they die after?
I asked Sokolo, what's your greatest fear?
Bahaya. Sesame. Bek au. Bami ko labi. Bek au anakoma sesame ajanjai. Takate.
After dancing with black mambas in my other video, I ask, well, what about snakes?
Yete kuku.
This is a snake bite.
Snakes be Coco, bro. Coco Loco.
Wow.
Snake a no-no.
Coco.
Get enraged by that immediately you see someone uploaded a response to Rita.
Fifi more kobok. Fifi more.
He got bit by a black mamba.
Yeah.
I get enraged by that immediately I see someone
And this is the mark left
upload
from
a
a black
response
mamba
to
after.
Yeah, I did upload a response to Rita about his accelerationism
Let's say
saying
you see a pretty girl.
I don't think accelerationism really
How does that work?
aligns with
if you wanna
FLism
marry her,
very much. I think that
what
it'll
do you have to do?
maybe wipe out capitalism and society, but it's not going to extinct all animal life, unfortunately. And due to that, yeah, big rip. We need society, we need moral agents to do that. So, unfortunately, accelerationism is not really the way to go. So, that's my opinion, at least.
I ask, what is their biggest struggle?
Get food, fucking live, man.
Atatoga bikuisi ba yamena fe ina be akalibozuka akaya ichana kwa sababu itibi ba ititi yamena atatoga bi chungaika alabe acheka kwa kui neko akwekwa amamena na koko.
What do the stars and moon mean in the night sky?
Seta. Seta.
This is like the most base response. Like, nothing, bro.
Ama seta felo tlekianya mu akweso pola ubi ako bi akatsifana ku ageda ku iya eke yama inam ama set ubi chin.
After seeing them catch and eat a bat, mongoose, and a hornbill, I asked them if there's any animal they don't eat.
Yeah, also uploaded some stuff about sentientism. I'd recommend giving those a watch if you want. It's pretty good stuff. I guess maybe it was just me reviewing the sentientism group chat and raging at them for being a bunch of suffering, promoting sadists.
Bamife semeya unu uzame semeya unu tefe samena uzame te ngai gweko samena uzame ahama semeya aichina semeya uzame.
So I guess only hyenas are off the menu. I ask if there's anything else, which again is lost in translation.
Katena lakini ena bami tai abga kanata nyo kaka abga kana ababa seme abam akana bitamsho ba chukwa ema.
What do you think of city food?
Kweso seme ikaseme bita kwa kete bana kwa lutu tongotina
They don't like it. Why?
They
don't trust it.
The tribe has about 15 dogs that help them hunt. So I asked them, what do dogs mean to you?
Thank you.
About an hour later, myself and 7 Hadzabe hunters raided the baboon camp that was next to ours. It was insanity.
Oh my god. Oh, Invisible Peaceful is also a great channel.
You're out here in Hollywood, homeless. Tell me about it.
I recommend giving them a check.
Let's see. There's not too much to
I
tell.
know,
Honestly.
Disgusting Breeders
I
uploading.
could
Oh
probably get off
shit.
the streets
Yeah,
if
you
I
should
tried
share
a
that
little
with
bit
me. I
harder,
can review it
find
if you want.
myself. It's not really that dangerous like everyone says, as long as you stick by yourself and don't hang out with other homeless people. You're usually pretty okay. My problem is I'm addicted to heroin, so
Hey man, we're all
that's
addicted to
basically
something.
why I can't get off the street.
Most people are addicted to this
I ended up
bullshit
losing
game
my
called life.
job in the housing industry when the market went down, and I was addicted to painkillers. And when the painkillers got too expensive, I switched to heroin, and everything went downhill from there. I lost the apartment, the girl, the dog,
boom, 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 boom,
and ended out in the street, which I basically gave everything up for heroin.
Hey man,
So
you
if
gotta,
anyone ever asks what it's like to shoot heroin,
you know
it's
now.
probably the only thing that'll get a man to give up money, job, family, pussy. You know,
Takes your life away.
yeah, it does. I mean, basically the only. I mean, there's two sides to it. It's the same time way because of the nature of it, like being scheduled a narcotic, and like, you know, you can't
Rip.
get it. Your only options are to go and like get on methadone.
Are you on methadone maintenance?
No, I'm not gonna methadone. If you kick methadone, it's about a month and a half of like pure hell, throwing up, shitting yourself. So
Rip.
Have you tried to kick?
Yeah, I've tried a couple times. It's
just not ready yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, I still like it too much, and I still have, you know, I'm still able to get it every day. So I still like it too much. That's part of the reason why I won't kick. And second of all, you know, you try to kick on the street, and once you get to a point in the sickness where you're like 2-3 days into it, you know that it's basically a phone call away to like feel right again. You know.
No, I couldn't. I have 16 years sober. I was out here 16 years ago.
Right.
And I couldn't. Oh my gosh, there's no way that if I got dope sick in the park, I'd be vulnerable.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's
Right.
no way that I was gonna, you know, get sober out here. Plus,
Right.
it sucks.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
what's your future like? What do you?
Well,
I mean, you're a smart guy. You know.
I mean, I just realized that basically there's no. Wait for the siren to go past.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I basically realized there's no future until I actually get sober. So basically, like the way I look at it is like my life is kind of just on pause right now.
Life
It's like
on
I'm
pause.
35, and I know when I want to quit.
In ways, just like that. His life's on pause. I'm pausing that video. Yeah, I'm just kind of big laying here. Feel free to ask questions or click the link and join, and we can talk about whatever you want. Interview me, me interview you, talk about pontificating things. I don't know, man. If you know what readers uploaded, let me know, and I can, make a video response to them. Hmm. I will try to. Are you talking on YouTube? Stick me under. Look at me laying down here.
The idea of antinatalism has gained a lot of popularity within the vegan community. Vegans often argue that breeding animals leads to overpopulation and adoption issues, lack of resources, and suffering. So why not
Okay.
apply?
Antonators claim these things. Let's just go over that. Overpopulation. Some people do. It's not that much of a big deal. What the fuck is overpopulation? There's no problem with a lot of people existing, so long as there's no suffering. So it just kind of loops down to this. The reason adoptions, there is because it's obviously an alternative to what people claim they really want to do. I really want to raise a child. And it's like, well, there's 500,000 of them in just the United States alone that need adopting. So it's like, that's your way to raise a child. Then they say some gene stuff, and then you're just like, well, okay, eugenics, I guess, or whatever, boy, whatever. Lack of resources. I'm guessing they're just saying the cost of resources to raise a child. I'm guessing that's what's going to be an overall mental and physical suffering of bringing, or like the lack of resources for a child to be in the world, stuff like that, and the cost of it, and overall mental and physical suffering of the child. Hopefully, let's see what he says.
This principle to humans. By reducing overpopulation, we can be proactive in reducing the suffering of future generations. It's the same reason we have sanctuaries for domesticated animals that really should not have been genetically tampered with and bred into existence. The idea of antinatalism has gained a lot of popularity within the vegan community. Vegans often argue that breeding animals leads to overpopulation and adoption issues, lack of resources, and suffering. So why not apply this principle to humans? By reducing overpopulation, we can be proactive in reducing the suffering of future generations. It's the same reason we have sanctuaries for domesticated animals that really should not have been genetically tampered with and bred into
I'm gonna
existence.
check out this guy's channel real quickly. I'll subscribe to this guy's channel, I guess. He might be an antinatalist potentially. Um, do you want your? I feel like this has to be what you're talking about, right, Tay? Oh my god.
Okay, so let me leave this in the link. Let me leave the link in the live chat. Sorry. Now, for those of you that are brand new, you feel free to subscribe if you like my content. Now, let's get right into it.
Is this a video or no? I'm not entirely sure.
the question. If you ask me, I say you don't owe them. You do not owe your parents.
Okay.
Do whatever you want for
Good.
them. I'm saying, don't feel like you have to owe them anything. I'll say it again. You don't owe your parents anything. You don't owe your parents anything. No matter, yes, they raised you, but at the end of the day, that's their job. That's their
Yeah,
that's their
straight up.
responsibility. Whatever term you want to use, that's their responsibility. It's their responsibility to raise you. However, not only is that their responsibility, but also they are the ones that made the choice to have you. They're the ones that made the choice to bring you into this world. And since they made that choice, it's their responsibility to raise you. It's their responsibility, and it's their role, it's their job, it's their responsibility to raise you. And also, you didn't ask to be born. That's very important. You did not ask to be born. You being in this world is out of your control. Americans.
Yes,
No
yes.
excuse.
Brits.
No, this can't be the video you're talking about, Tay. It has to be something else. You said the only one I can think of, BB. This guy, maybe?
Skip the rope. Skip great on his own since 1952, but that hasn't stopped him from living a great life. Keep watching. You'll see what I mean. Hello. My name is Paul Xavier. The company that also tells everyone to say I love is the only that's keeping alive. That's his paralyzed from the neck down, so without it, he can't breathe. The machine doesn't breathe, he's pressure to take away his lungs. This is the whole story of Paul. It all started when Paul caught the polio virus when he was just 6 years old.
So the polio virus, is that part of God's design or God's plan? Believe me, I'm not mocking this man who caught this as a boy. Not a bit. I'm just trying to show something here with this video. Show some truth, some harsh truth.
During one of the worst polio outbreaks in history. And tiring.
I never gave up. Time again, maybe, that he has a perfect life, very attached to hell realm, and he has Stockholm syndrome. It doesn't feel good to say that about someone that has had a life like that, like this guy, okay? But it's the truth.
Pretty
That's why I'm
much.
saying it. That's why I'm doing this. Not just this video, but this YouTube channel.
Subscribe
That's
to
why I'm
this
doing this.
guy.
I got so fucking tired of so many
Discover this
channels on here
channel.
that are not speaking
Pretty
the truth,
basic
and I had to
though
come
in the
forward
first couple seconds of
and show what's
watching
really
it,
going on in
I
this realm.
guess.
It's nothing personal against him, so
So
don't take it that way. Anyone that is that attached and fights to stay in this realm, I would bet they're coming back. That's what I'm
let's try to find this fucking bullshit. Tay, if you're still watching, homie, please let me know how you find this video that you're. If you know the title of the said video, let me know what title of said video is called, so that I can fuck Superhuman Dance. Just kidding. Ha ha ha. Ally brother. Just kidding, but also kind of like you. You're annoying. Superhuman douche.
Justifying our own suffering implies we won't care about the suffering of others. We could casually inflict it or neutrally observe.
Let's not do that. Bruh, where the fuck is this? Boopity boopy. Is this it? Bull superhuman dance. I find it entitled "You Should as Well." Rita McLeod. Feel entitled "You Should as Well." I feel rest in peace, homie. Okay. Yo, I don't see it. I feel entitled "You Should as Well." I should as well with that. What the fuck? Yo, I can't find the video. If you can post a link, maybe I can type in the link. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I'm not finding this video anywhere, homie. Don't exist in my end. It don't exist. Unfortunately. Fuck. Well, I see the videos he's uploading. I don't see anybody making a video to read it aloud. Tay, you're talking about like I'm talking to you by the way, Tay. Like you said, okay, I gotta read immediately. I see someone uploaded a response to Rita. I was like, oh, you're talking about me because of my response to him? And he's like, no, someone also uploaded. No disgusting breeders uploaded. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then you're like, see, antinatalism uploads per day. It's there. And I didn't see anything there. And then you said, I see, I feel entitled. You should as well. As and then we were just laughing about Superhuman Dance being Superhuman Dance because he's a fucking himself. Oh, this guy.
You know, I hear a lot about you're not entitled to certain things. You know, you hear the topic, the that you're not entitled to certain things. You're not entitled to respect. You're not entitled to food every day. You're not entitled to money. You're not entitled to relationships. But you know,
I mean, I agree.
you should be entitled to these things though. I don't understand this agenda that this narrative that society is pushing. Because this is something that you have to sit down and think. It may sound crazy, but if you sit down and think this, you're gonna really understand what really sounds crazy. And I'm talking about for the most extreme cases, meaning like we all know you didn't ask to be brought in this earth. So for people to go out their way to tell you that you're not entitled to friendships, you're not entitled to respects, relationships, like at least decent food. I'm not saying entitled to parents that at least care decently. I'm not saying they have to give you everything you want. That's not what I'm saying. But you as a human being, whoever's watching this video, you should be entitled to these things. First off, you did not ask to be born. That's a very valid argument in and of itself, right there.
Oh, I think I understood. I thought you meant like a breeder, you know, not like someone whose channel name is disgusting breeders. Okay, but yeah, it's funny that we both
These things
respond to upload
is
videos.
the most basic things a human needs to be happy and comfortable with himself. Like some people is literally born in poverty. They just born. They, they just born and
Yeah,
they just in
accelerationism is
poverty,
not going to help
and
with
then
any
they
of
stay in
this.
poverty for the rest of their lives. And then
Where
go their way to tell
people
them
are
that you're not entitled to
entitled,
money.
if people are being forced into existence, they should at least get the basic things. And accelerationism's not going to give a shit about that.
Morally, you should be entitled to these things if people actually want equality, but they don't. They want what they want is a civilization that they benefit from. They don't want equality. Most people do not want equality. They tell you they do, but they don't. And this is where it stems from that you're not entitled to these things. If you know, if citizens and just people in general are allowed to just bring kids in this world mercilessly, then they should be ensured equality
Yeah.
morally. If you want, and if what they're advocating for is an objective, moral, and fair society, these things are required. Otherwise, they're just speaking out of convenience for them. They don't really care about your problems. That's why they're telling you this. That's why they are telling you you're not entitled to these things. It's very it's I forgot what the word's called, but it's not. It comes in some people say it too because it comes from something from. It's called the opposite of empathy. It's like the opposite of empathy. They're doing it because they feel superior to you towards you, or they when they say things like just give like dumb advice, they don't care about your well being. They're just doing it to feel superior towards you. It makes them feel good about themselves that oh I'm better than this person. They don't care about equality. They don't care about your problems. And also you have to know when someone's doing this to you, and you have to avoid them at all costs. And most people will do it to you. Most people will do it to you, and you have to cut them off. Yeah, like this, especially the money and the relationships things. That's one of the main things it is about being a human. You can't tell them that they're not entitled to these things, at least to the bare minimum. If they're completely deprived from one of these things, is like, you know, that just makes their life. If they're complaining about it so bad that a lot of people are willing to, take their own lives from it, then it's obviously very important to humans. To tell them that they're not entitled to it is, I think, bogus.
Yeah, I agree with him. I agree with his response to Rita that, well, kind of I agree and kind of I don't. I agree to the extent that, like, people are entitled to things to prevent suffering for themselves, like basic needs. But I also only think that they should be provided for people who are essentially going to be useful members of society. If you're like a complete shitbag who's just like a wife beater and you eat meat and you just go around like pissing on folk, you're just like a useless dirtbag who just causes harm in society. Like, I don't think the government should be like, and here's your free house and here's your this and that. It's just kind of like, no, I think the government should be like lock you up. And then when it comes down to it, pro-mortalism. So it's like, hey, bro, you either best shape up and return to society and become, like the good FList you are, or get lethally injected or some shit. I don't know. Basically, I don't think we should be just providing resources to people needlessly. That's a good way for our society to collapse real damn fast. Sure, we already spent a bunch of money on like the military, so we could use some money other places. We could definitely afford it. I agree, but at the same time, why dump resources in the people who are negative? They're not providing for utility. They're just hurting other beings. They're hurting themselves. They're hurting everything. It's just like we could say that rights exist. I don't believe in rights. I believe rights are a useful tool, but I'm a consequentialist, so I don't believe in rights. They're instrumental, but that's it. So when it comes down to it, yeah, it's like I think people should be provided with stuff, but I also think people have a duty to work and a duty to do things for society. Not to work as in like work jobs, like, oh, I work for Coca-Cola. I have a duty to work for Coke. No, I mean, like, you have a duty to prevent suffering, meaning you have a duty to be like an activist and try to convert people to FLism and antinatalism and like try to like try to engage in extinction like by like convincing people of these type of things. And if you're like a scientist, like, or like a political member trying to get like involved in politics on that level and jazz like that, like advancing research into genetic engineering to make things infertile in the future and gene editing and a bunch of different stuff, things to get rid of pain and things like to limit pain and prevent birth, things of that nature. Many type of things you could do for legislation. So there's a lot of type of stuff we can do. It's just getting the power to do it and convincing people to do it. So that's what I mean by work. It's like, if you're not doing proper work, if you're not actually being productive, I don't think then you should be provided for. It's just kind of that simple. Like, everybody should be given equal footing. As he said in the video, everybody should be given equal footing when they start out in the world. Like, if you're being tossed into this dirt shit horrible world, you deserve equal footing. But once you get that equal footing, if you're a dirtbag, like cut from the system, and quite literally cut from the system, if you catch my drift. So that's what I say. Dry swallowing pills like a psychopath. Things are nasty tasting too, but I don't give a fuck. What vegan gains stance about negative utilitarianism? Vegan gains. Vegan gains. Oh, I think vegan gains. I come on. Last time I talked about vegan gains, I think I meant to talk about a different guy. The fucking beefy dude looks like a fuck boy. Let me pull up his YouTube channel. Yo, last time I was talking about vegan gains, I thought I was actually meaning to talk about vegan logic. So everything I said about vegan gains in my last video where I talked about vegan gains, I was actually talking shit about vegan logic. I just got their accounts.
Noted that these foods were particularly high in the
I don't
vitamins.
really know too much about vegan gains, but I know quite a bit about vegan logic stances and things, and I don't like his stances on things. I like him as a vegan because he's a vegan. Yeah, but don't like him in terms of being a beefy boy who just went into veganism because he wanted the muscles, and that pretty much led him to having really shitty versions of ethics that pretty much just allow him to be beefy boy and feel good about being beefy boy, despite the fact that he's still a bad moral agent on the whole, because he's not preventing suffering really. He's just kind of allowing preventing human caused suffering, which and allowing other sufferings to continue on, which are a lot greater in vast and quantity, which we have responsibilities towards. So he's not a negative utilitarian. He's just like a deontologist. He believes in rights and stuff. It's bullshit. The and let's find out. All we need to do is watch this, and we'll know what his if he.
Hi everyone. Recently I've noticed people wondering why I've been so
active and wondering why I have not uploaded any veganism-related
Oh,
content.
this
For quite
guy.
some time, I've been reevaluating my ethical
If
position
I
on
remember
eating
right,
animals, which is something
this
people have
guy's
also
annoying,
noticed.
and he's negative, not a negative
But
utilitarian.
what
He's
you will not
deontological
know
in
is
reason.
that I had
Let's find out.
also been struggling privately to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. This guy is supposedly supposed to be an intellectual, and he's struggling with not only deciding
He's just
whether
got
or
caught up
not
in the
it's ethical
skepticism, bro.
to murder and mutilate innocent animals,
Yeah, he's a
but he
deontologist.
also doesn't know how to figure out how to use an app like Chronometer or a simple basic food guide to figure out how
Okay,
many
it's kind of
calories
basic
he
though.
needs to eat and what foods provide
Like, this
enough
is basic
nutrition
shit.
for him.
This
And this
critique
guy
of
is
Alex is
supposedly a
basic
university
shit.
graduate and an intellectual, and he
Not
can't
gonna lie.
figure out how do you get
But I
all
can
his
tell that he's.
vitamins.
But I can tell
Like,
that he.
really?
Yeah, like straight up like.
When you were a child, were you not like at least given Flintstones
Yeah, pretty
vitamins or
much.
something? Can you not at
It's
least
like.
figure out how to take a multivitamin? You didn't your parents teach you that when you were a kid?
Like, it ain't hard, bro.
Like as if it's
Like,
difficult.
watch me. I'm a
You
dry
can
swallow
literally
pill.
live off of nothing but potatoes. And he can't figure out how to eat a healthy plant-based diet. Well, I'll let you know this because I have, for some time now, been consuming animal products again, primarily but not
Dry swallowing pills is
exclusively
kind of gross, but
seafood,
I can still do it.
and experimenting with how to best integrate them into my life. Let's just assume, for the sake of
B12.
argument, that maybe
Should take my
some
B12
people
today,
need to
actually.
eat animal
I don't take
products
this
for
every
some
day either.
stupid reason.
See this
They
fucker?
don't.
I'm not even
Let's
taking my
just
vitamins
assume you
every
might
day.
have to. Why wouldn't you eat
And I'm fine. I work
non-sentient
physical labor
animals
job.
like
I pull
bivalves?
pallets.
Like if this guy had any interest in being ethical, why the hell wouldn't you at least or
Yeah,
something?
exactly.
Oysters, they're not sentient. They don't have a brain or nervous system. They just have nerve
Alex is just
ganglia.
like an
It's
academic. He's
literally
not interested in
impossible
being
for them to be
ethical.
sentient.
Me,
Why
I'm
wouldn't
not
you just
interested in
eat
academia.
those?
I'm interested
But
in
you
being
have to,
ethical.
again,
I'm
murder
interested in
and
ethics.
mutilate
I'm interested in like
animals that have
what's
a
true and
consciousness
about like
that can
what's
feel pain and
like
suffer. I'm interested in
what I ought to do.
philosophy and never enjoy sharing personal information about myself, but I can
I'm trying to
obviously see
seek
why this
value
particular update
and
is
meaning.
both necessary and relevant. It's not my intention to go into too much detail here, as I think that will require more space and perhaps a video, but rather let you know with more details to follow later. You're an Alex. You're for your degree in philosophy healthy. You're not convinced you can get enough nutrients.
It's definitely deontological in nature from just that alone. I mean, I've also talked like a deontologist before a little bit, but you know, he made it seem like no matter what, it's like you can never, under any circumstances, eat an animal. It's like, okay, what if the or like you know kill an animal? Now, what if it comes to you know you kill one cow, and if you don't kill that one cow, 1,000 other cows get tortured to death. You know, like it's like okay, well now it seems like you pretty logical that you ought to kill the one cow to you know prevent the death of a bunch of other ones. So, well, the torture, the death isn't that bad, but you ought to prevent the torture and death of other cows by killing the one cow. But deontologists will fail on that, so it does seem like that's kind of what he's going to. Just like, oh, well, it will be bad. And I'm like, yeah, there's bad in it, but it's not as bad as letting the other thing occur. Therefore, you ought to do the one thing. So, you know, I mean, let's take a gander at more of his videos, see if he's really a deontologist. But I don't think he's a negative utilitarian at all. I should probably get vegan cat food. I'm curious what he has on vegan cat stuff. Get vegan
Hi
cat food
everyone.
here.
So
I'll
today
look
I
at that
wanted to
website later.
talk about how I feed my pets vegan. A lot of people have told me that you know all my animals are gonna die. You know, like my cats and dogs, if I feed them a vegan diet. Well, As you can see, they're not dead.
This dog looks very happy and adorable. It's a Pomeranian or some bullshit, whatever the fuck those things are called. Let's take a gander. Let's click the link in this description. So I'll take a gander at the vegan cat food, and I'll research into the company and what this things say about it, and potentially buy a vegan cat food in the future. Here we go. This is how you know if how he talks about this.
Hi everyone. So I'm sure most of you remember that a while ago I had a back and forth with Penguin
Penguin
Zero.
Zero.
He made a video criticizing a YouTuber named So Young who tortures and murders sea creatures on her YouTube channel. And then I criticized Penguin Zero for being a hypocrite. He was criticizing this woman for supporting animal abuse when he supports animal abuse with his food choices. He eats from fast food establishments like KFC, where the animals are certainly abused, mistreated before they end up on your plate. Now, we didn't have the most cordial encounter, but at the very
So if he
least,
uses
he
the word
conceded
suffering or
that
pain
I was right
quite a bit,
about
I'm gonna
everything.
think
The
he's
main
a
thing that you're
utilitarian.
right
If he
about
doesn't use the word
100%
suffering
is in my
pain
initial
and
video,
pain
I
and
didn't
uses
make
more
any
terms like rape, imposition, consent,
to counter you.
Yeah, so
abuse,
Charlie admits
like stuff like that, then that's more
that he has no
deontological
counter
terms, isn't like
argument against
these
any
are
of the
things, these are rules,
criticisms
do
I've
not do
made again.
this,
Has
don't do
learned
this,
nothing
don't
from
do
this,
that,
and history
instead of
is
just
just
like
repeating itself.
the universal
Because once
value
again,
of
he has
pain,
made
which
a
is
video criticizing someone
utilitarianism.
for
So
abusing animals while at the same time
for now, it sounds
supporting
like
animal
he's a
abuse with his food
deontologist.
choices. But before we get into all of that, I have to thank the sponsor of today's video, JP Fitness. JP Fitness provides evidence-based advice for hypertrophy training and powerlifting, and he's
Don't
currently
care.
working on several
Doing rows. Why? What's up? Well, you're looking kind of
You looking
balanced
like you
there.
need to hit the
Have you ever
gym
thought
and be
about
beefy,
making it?
bro.
who is well known on YouTube for abusing his cats and even killing them. Now,
Rip.
not long after Charlie uploaded this, he uploaded another video, I think it was only a week or two later, where he was eating a burger from McDonald's. So, in Charlie's mind, you are a evil, horrible human being if you murder a cat, but if
So
you
he's using the
murder
term murder
cows,
to
that's
describe
just
killing
perfectly fine.
of
Even
an
though
animal,
cows are
non-moral
extraordinarily
agent.
intelligent animals, I don't think many people appreciate just how smart cows are. They
And I
have
don't
amazing
deny that cows are
problem-solving
quite
capabilities.
intelligent.
They can understand how mechanisms work. They form very strong social bonds with one another. Mother cows will
Cows
cry
are
out for their
very, very
babies.
smart
They really
animals,
do love and care for
but
each other.
you know they're not
So
moral
arguably,
agents.
in some ways,
So
cows
I
have
wouldn't apply the
greater
term murder
feelings and
to
emotions for one
animal,
another. They
nor would I
create greater
try
social bonds and
murder
are even
to humans that essentially don't have the capacity to understand moral things. Like it would be wrong to kill someone that could be convinced of essentially anything ethical. But otherwise, primordialism coming into account, it would only be wrong from from a consequentialist like perspective of like how would you want to call it? I guess domino effect, butterfly effect, people panicking due to people being killed and all that type of stuff, and disliking violence due to the natural human instincts and all that type of stuff, causing the sad boy reaction. So, like, basically, if someone were to cap Jeff Bezos, would it be a bad thing? Oh, not in the fucking. It would be amazing if someone capped Jeff Bezos. He's a piece of shit. But the way people like deontologists would be like, it's murder. And I'm just kind of like, well, based on your definition, yeah, it's murder. But murder implies like something bad occurred, you know? It sounds like, oh no, murder. And it's just like, no, it's doing the world a fucking favor if someone takes out Jeff Bezos, you know what I mean? So it's kind of just like, not that I'm advocating for that. Everything I'm saying here is solely just jokes, ha ha ha, funny, funny, lol. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I can't say that like death is bad, and I can't say that like certain individuals would be better off not existing. And when it comes to animals, referring to their death as murder when their lives are in general pretty horrible, and they're not even moral agents, so it's not like they can. All lives are horrible. No lives are worth existing. Okay, no lives are worth existing. Now, when it comes down to it, the only reason I'm existing is to prevent suffering. I'm a moral agent. I have that capability. I ought to do so. I ought to live to prevent suffering. Non moral agents, they don't have that capability. They can't really prevent suffering, at least not intentionally. So it's just kind of like, why keep them around? Why call it murder? So he's definitely deontological. That's enough of that video. He's not a negative utilitarian. He would be probably like, "Ugh, you guys are advocating for violence." And I'm like, "No, we're advocating for the ending of violence, and we're willing to crack an egg to make an omelet, baby." So we're willing to crack an egg to make an omelet for the person who's an ethicist to survive in the wild. He is willing to let the ethicist die and starve because of some silly little principle and his feelings, which don't really matter because they're all artificially generated from desire. Anyways, let's go and look at his vegan pet food recommendation thing and see if it's worth buying. Hmm. God damn. For prices like this, you may as well just euthanize them. Shit. It's true though. God damn. 120, 100. Wait, what? Oh shit, never mind. That's not that bad. A 5 pound bag though. 40 pound. If you do the 40 pound bag, $90. Oh, okay, that's pretty good actually, not gonna lie. I would be willing to look into this. Gourmet fondue, delicious cheese flavored cat food is formulated to meet nutrition levels established by the AAFCO cat food nutrition profile for all stages of life. Because the food is concentrated, you may feed your pet 30% less food. Oh, awesome. Evolution Diet does not have any animal products, ingredients in any of our food. 100% vegan. Okay, I already have like a bunch of cat food, but in the future, when I need to order more cat food, I will do this. 40 pounds is quite a bit. I don't need to do that. I don't need to subscribe. It would just be a one-time purchase. Um, Maybe I could do it like every 90 days or some shit. Like, and then like, you just cancel every once in a while. And that would like essentially save you some money. Yeah. Bing bing boom. If you own a cat, there you go. That's what you ought to do, I guess. It's not a bad price. 40 pounds. Let me be right back. Yeah, that's 100%. Like 40 pounds of cat food. A 5 pound bag is like pretty decent. I have like a 5 pound bag for about the same price as one of those ones. So it's like, yeah, if you can get yourself a decent chunk of cat food for a fair price. So, uh, yep, everything in this live stream is just talking about everything, I guess. But yeah, good thing about Vegan Gain's channel is he knows his shit. He knows his vegan shit. Like he actually knows his shit. That's the thing about consequentialists and deontologists is deontologists believe there's like hard rules that must be followed under all circumstances. So they usually get really passionate about whatever they're into. Me, I believe there's one thing that really one rule, which is pain. Unnecessary pain is bad, hence utilitarianism. And unnecessary pain just means pain that is not caused to prevent more pain. So pain's the only thing that's inherently bad in the world. So, and the only thing with inherent ethical value. So yeah, I mean, I get passionate about that type of stuff, but I don't get passionate about like veganism per se. I don't get passionate about like preventing violence against women per se, or like universal health care per se. I used to be passionate about all that stuff, but now I'm not because I'm not consequentialist. So it's kind of just like, oh, those stuff are good instrumentally speaking, but they're not good intrinsically. So they're good because they're instruments of reducing suffering, but they're not intrinsically. It's not intrinsically good to like to feminism. Like feminism, if you could give women power, but all of a sudden women would start tearing the heads off of people and like pouring acid down their esophagus and stuff like that, then it's like, huh, maybe the woman shouldn't be in charge. Feminism was a little bit wrong in this case. So it's like yeah, it's like nothing is inherently good. It's just instrumentally good to reduce suffering. So that's why I have issues with all that, you know, stuff. But it's really good to be passionate about things because then you know about this vegan stuff that I don't know about, and bing bang boom. Now I know I should go and get my cat food from said said website in the future. So much I'll do. Getting educated one video at a time. Oh boy, I stood up there and my whole body went like, "Wow," and just like wanted to like pass out for a moment. So what's poppin', y'all? There's two people witnessing the glory of me. How's it going? On a subjective level, of course, and also any questions or things you want me to review. Um, 4 people watching the stream. That's weird. Just 2 people joined out of nowhere. Sus. Do I know y'all? You my friends from real life? Just pranking me, big trolling. Yo, people are just straight watching me, but it's kind of weird because no one's saying nothing. It's kind of making me like, what y'all doing? 3 people on YouTube, No one else. It says there's 4 people watching me, but the one on Twitch is just like it's just me basically through the Twitch app, which automatically says I'm watching through there because it monitors what I'm doing. Like that. Be right back. Low key, just big chill. If you want a big chill, it's not like I'm really been doing much of anything on the camera for the last couple minutes anyways, so shouldn't be a big difference in activity. But if you want to join, I'm gonna repaste the link to join. And if you don't want to join, but you want to comment or have questions asked and have me answer them, bing bang boom. Now is your time to do it. I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah, big chill. Yo, who's still watching? Oh, how's it going, Seb? Yeah, I guess if people are still watching, are you doing things in the background, or are you like watching? Because you're watching, then I'll start to do things. But if you're just kind of listening to me in the background, like a background tab, I might just play some video games and stuff. Took a break for a bit, just came back just now. Awesome, right on. Let's see. I guess I can join. I rested now. Oh, right on. Yeah, feel free to click the link whenever you want. Oh, Lord.
Hey,
Howdy.
howdy. So what, anything that happened while I was away? Any topics in the stream?
A little bit. We talked about vegan gains and lifting logic. Tay asked if he was a negative utilitarian or what's his stance on negative utilitarianism. So I looked at a couple of his videos, and it sounds like he's a deontologist of sorts. So, and I also looked at his recommendation for cat food brands. So there was a little bit of that, and I was like, oh, cool. In the future, I'm going to buy from one of those cat food brands that he recommended, just because right now I haven't been buying vegan cat food because I wasn't sure if it was proper to buy vegan cat food or not. But most research says it's okay, and he recommended a website to buy from, and I looked at the prices and they're reasonable. So I was like, okay. I have no reason not to once I run out of cat food. I have plenty of cat food, but still. So not much happened, just a little bit.
Come to think of it, there are very few antinatalist uploads on YouTube too. Isn't a whole lot.
Yeah, Reed
Like
McLeod.
daily, there's like how many one can maybe count it on its hands. That's how few there is. I will check in the last 24 hours. Let's see. There are some antinatalist channels that have some antinatalism videos, so I will count them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, only 14. And I was like responsible for like 4 of the, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. What is that in the percentage? I'll do some percentage math.
5%.
I only counted those I was sure were antinatalist videos with my. Yeah, so I was responsible today for 35.71% of it. But then again, it's not that the best high quality stuff, but
yeah.
how many what about your percentage of
Of views?
contribution? I will just count. I believe you had two videos today in form of streams, or one, two. Okay, so 2 out of 14. Yeah, 14. You were responsible for 14.29% of all antinatalist videos today.
I am?
Yes,
Oh, wow.
but
Nice.
in the antinatalism tier list, my channel would be lower than yours since you tend to have words and give points and stuff.
Yeah, have you ever thought about making a second channel for just talking?
Perhaps, but yeah, perhaps I could use some of the existing channels I already have for that, I guess. But
I mean, you're more well known than I am, so.
not by much. It has like more subs, but it's like very inactive subscribers. Yeah, more people are like liking and commenting on your videos.
I think it's just because it's music, so it's people only really comment them 1 or 2 times. A lot of times people are like listening when they're driving in their cars and stuff like that. So, or people listen, or people like watch like just a certain amount of times. But when it comes down to it, I think like if you were to make video content like this, you'd probably get a lot of views because you're quite knowledgeable, so, and well spoken.
Yeah, I could do that, and perhaps I could have a channel called Seb from Nefarious Rocker / Cosmic Slam or something. Or that way people could also check out some songs.
Yeah, you can like do a mix of both, like on that channel, like uploading music and like some of your best albums, just upload into that channel, and then as well as antinatalist and nephilisim content, like veganism or whatever else, not music stuff.
Yeah, I could do that. Have like I'm not any suggestions to the first topic?
Hmm. I guess I did manage. My first video was an introduction video. You can watch my first video and see what that's like. How about we do that? Yeah, let's watch my first video ever, which is when.
If I were to make one of those via Amazon, the list video, they would be short. Perhaps only like, why are you an anti-list? Because I care. And then it ends, I guess.
Oh, that
That's
would
the
pop off.
reason.
It's a short. Shorts are really good there.
Because
Pop off.
are people really into the stuff? I believe it's people are into the stuff solely for a lot of them are for that a lot of things are like fucked up. That's didn't need like arguments.
Introduction. Hello.
Howdy, antisocial F-list, more commonly known as Brant, on antinatalists of both things, because that's my name. Making this YouTube channel, I guess, just to like speak thoughts. I'll be able to ask me direct questions while I'm live streaming when I do that. I also have a Twitch, same name, the antisocial F-list. Instead of having a little dash, because you're not allowed to have dashes on Twitch, it's just antisocial, all one word, and then underscore F-list. We'll switch stream on there, randomly games, Apex Legends I did a little bit earlier today, just for fun of it. Yeah, I'll do other things as well, like No Man's Sky, Overwatch. Any stories if I have them, I'll definitely play them. Or if it's within a reasonable budget, I'll definitely be like, yeah, sure, why not? I'm willing to stream that. So if it seems like a fun game, you know. Because like, frankly, if you ask me like yo, bro, please like stream Rainbow Six, I'm gonna be like, hey man, I have Rainbow Six, I really don't want to play Rainbow Six. But like, you know, for the most part, I'm willing to stream most games. I mean, you know, you ask me to play like Ark, it's a hard no. I can't play Ark. I'm sorry.
Let's go on a
I'm
little
sorry,
rant
I know
here.
Ark, but I'm not gonna play Ark. It's the play most likely, and I'm talking about evilism, antinatalism, promortalism, negative utilitarianism, psychological hedonism, determinism, things of that nature. Basically, a whole bunch of philosophy bullshit and ethics for the most part, because ethics is mainly my forte. When it comes to philosophy, I don't really care about the other stuff a whole lot. It's just kind of like, it's like you can have all this metaphysics stuff, but when it comes down to it, it don't fucking matter to me, because, you know, all that matters is what one ought to do and what one ought not to do, which when it comes down to it, you know, it turns out is avoiding and preventing pain and suffering and discomfort for the whole. And, you know, unfortunately, that's quite disappointing and sad, but it's the fucking truth. And yeah, big sad. Moral of the story is, hey guys, you know, don't reproduce. That's what this channel's gonna be telling people for the most part is, hey, don't reproduce. If you're going to reproduce, you better treat that kid like fucking very nicely, because like Tim has to be here for one, and this life will not be worth living, like no matter what. I'm a moralist, so no life is worth living. It pretty much just comes down to like, if you do bring a person here, like treat them well, and also please raise them as an anti-natalist and vegan. Like Christ, if you don't, they're gonna be blight to the earth probably, just like everybody else pretty much. So, and that's no fun. We don't want no more blights to the earth, do we now, guys? Like please, like please, we don't need any more blights to the earth. Like, come on, just lay off the breathing for a little bit. Come on. But yeah, that's basically what this channel is going to be about, is just talking about ethilism, antinatalism, and the shitty nature of life. Feel free to ask me questions as to those suggestions. I guess in general, I'll close out this video. I'll just say why I'm an ethilist, why I think skepticism and anti-realism is silly, because those are like the strongest counter arguments, in my opinion, to like really anything that's moral related or ethical related. But I think it's just silly, because guess what? My opinion, I agree with Mendham. Experience generates value. Like, it's just that simple. There's a difference between me and the coat I'm wearing, the shirt I'm wearing, this door behind me, the vape in my hand. There's a difference between me and those things. It's my cat that's been chilling downstairs. Me and him have something that's very similar, and it's called sentience. So they'll be experiencing things of what it's like to be me or Marco, where like, you know, there's a bug somewhere in this garage, you know, what it's like to be that, you know, there's something to be like us, and I believe that that is generally a negative state. That's the reason that I wanted to experience its value. That's the reason I think that there's something that matters here. And the reason I'm antinatalist / F-list is because, well, I'm a negative utilitarian. I believe that, like, generally speaking, our life is full of negative value. We're pretty much just fighting to get towards neutral. And even if that there were some actual pleasure, a way to like get into the positive, that doesn't really matter to me a whole lot, because when it comes down to it, pain holds way more value than pleasure does. We have obligations to try to like prevent suffering, but we don't have obligations to try to create happiness or pleasure or excess unnecessary things. So that's pretty much why I'm antinatalist / F-list. I guess I should say I'm more of an F-list than antinatalist, because I'm a consequentialist in that regards. Like, a lot of antinatalists don't think that we should have the right to interfere in nature in any means. I frankly think that animals are constantly interfering with each other's rights, quote unquote, you know, because that's what they're kind of saying is like, these animals have a right to not be like interfered by us. So I'm like, well, they're constantly interfering with each other's rights. So frankly, as a consequentialist, I won't wait to rights violations in order to like prevent the greater amount of rights violations of like what would happen if we didn't interfere. So that's why I look in regards of rights. I don't believe in those, but you know, for me, it just seems like deontology is just kind of a silly thing in general. Like, to me, it's like, I don't know, it just seems like extraordinarily obvious that like things are bad outside of our own actions. Like, if we didn't exist in the world, like bad things would be still occurring, like regardless of our existence. So it's like, why should I stop doing something that could essentially benefit a bunch of beings just because it's deontologically bad? Like, it would create a harm to some extent, you know, by me doing that action. Therefore, I should apparently not do that action, even if the whole reduces harm. That's pretty much what they're saying. And I'm like, no, That's just silly Billy stuff. So, when it comes down to it, an anti-natalist that's like more along the ontological lines, is like, hey, I wish we could do something with this animal suffering, but unfortunately, we don't have the right to interfere. And then they basically just allow animal suffering to go on for another pretty much 1,000 years or something like that, until the heat of the sun basically allows this planet to be no longer habitable. That's a fuck ton of suffering. Another 1,000+ years, 10,000 years, whatever the fuck it is. Like that's a lot of beings that are like and not having a good time. And I'm not down with that. I think if we could cut that from 1,000 years down to 500 years or 200 years, or hell, there's no limit on nuclear yield. So if you just end the world today or tomorrow if we want to, if all humanity on board, which is not really the case. But if we were to end all, boom, boom, none, so no suffering beings, no one being like, oh, I'm gonna have to eat tomorrow, or I'm going to do it after work. None of that bullshit. No, it's just straight up just static, just void. And nothing's complaining. So that's why I'm an anti-natalist slash evolutist, because frankly it's fairly obvious to me that a neutral is better than pain. And pain nihilist, which basically just means believe that the persistent self, in like a way that we can say is like defined and like going to be like a vast brand, and like you point at a different point in time and be like, that's the same dude. It's like, no, every time I have a new experience, then Brant is being a pleasures when who you're pursuing that for, not yourself for sure. And when it comes down to like me being experiencing that pleasure, that's like your future self or whatever. They didn't ask for it, they don't even exist. You don't have to pursue these pleasures for that future being. I mean, they didn't really ask for it, they don't exist. So, but you can guarantee that the pains that they'll experience are going to be unwanted no matter what they are, and that like any of the pain is going to be not worth it, because frankly all those pleasures, they have no intrinsic value besides what we endorse them as having value. So overall, yeah, those are the reasons I'm actually some really quickly in a video that's 10 minutes and I guess 26 seconds long.
Yeah, basically I just went through my belief system really quickly and talked briefly about what the channel is going to be about, and what like an introduction, like, hello, this is my name, this is my other places you can find me on, and then went for a brief idea of like what I believe and what I think some good counter positions may be, and my takes on them, and just left it at that, like a 10-minute introduction video. Basically, you could leave out a lot of it and just have it be like, hello, I'm Seb, Furious Rockers, check out these channels, blah blah. I'm an anti-natalist because this XYZ,
Guess it seems like I could perhaps do it weekly. I guess if one does too many videos, then yeah, maybe every second week or something. Maybe every second week, because it's a bit. It could be a bit of a burden, but it's yeah. What if I make these videos and nothing really changes, and I
Yeah.
just made myself a bit sadder for nothing?
Yeah, basically. No, I completely understand that mindset. It's like, it's a burden to just be hosting streams all the time and like trying to like wait for people to come around and like feel like, oh, no one's coming around, and then you're like, shit, and stuff like that. So
But I have
no,
a
I understand
feeling
what you mean.
that like if I were to do it, there's this analogy about so there is this space. This makes sense, but it doesn't sound like it. But it's an analogy. So there's this. There are these humans who want to go to space to inhabit another planet. So and they make this spaceship, and they go. It takes them like millions of years or something to go to the other planet. But then when they come there, they see someone else has already gone there already. It's the other people that waited a bit longer before their equipment was more advanced. So if I'm will improve significantly, should I bother like making videos about antinatalism now if I can improve and wait and learn more about stuff and wait a little bit more, perhaps then I'll be better equipped to handle stuff like that.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, like if that rocket ship would have launched with better equipment because it waited a little bit longer, it might have got to the planet on time and been able to have like advertise it, before the other people arrived. But because it had older and slower equipment, its hastily departure basically fucked it in the end. So I understand what you're saying, the metaphor.
Yeah, I read it somewhere. I don't know what it's called, but it's like a theory about space travel. I don't think it's really possible. It takes light a long time to reach different planets and solar systems.
It does. And that's the speed of light, which we'll never be able to do on a large scale. Unfortunately.
And but I'm considering I'm considering doing it.
Awesome.
I could just copy Lawrence Anton's videos or someone like that, word for word or something. Why not? But I guess the YouTube world of antinatalism has changed. Before there was Glinus and a couple of other people back when even Forever Wolf Film Channel was still around. And there are it's rare for antinatalism channels to stick around in the long term. A lot of them feel like they already did their contribution and they had enough to say. And most people never even bother doing videos too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for me, it's kind of like that's why I do live streams. It's like I don't have much to say. It's like everything's already been said, basically, by someone else. So it's like that's why I have like my playlist that I have going, like my playlist for activism that you've probably seen before when I've been streaming before and I'm scrolling through it. It's just like if I really want to have someone like look through something and get like knowledgeable, I'm just like, yo, let's peek in here a little bit, like click around. Like if you really understand what I'm getting at, you'll if you want to understand what I'm getting at, like look at this and sincerely look at it from like a suffering point of view, and you'll get like what I'm trying to tell you, bruh. But like when it comes down to it, it's like making videos. Like every once in a while, I have something that I want to like create a video on, like my like the Sentiism group chat. Like I like how all these people are just kind of like doing their little thing and it's like circle jerking around like suffering like pseudo sadists and stuff like there's things I want to talk about a little bit, so I'll make videos on them occasionally, like abortion and stuff as well. But other than that, it's just like, there's not a whole lot that I want to talk about. So that's why I live stream is just kind of like a way to get other people to talk about whatever and me respond to them because I'm good at talking to people. I'm just not good at like thinking of topics to talk about because I'm just not very passionate. So
I was thinking of doing a podcast with Sohar.
Hmm.
the Nefarious Rockers podcast and have a couple of episodes where we mention AN and the origin of the band and some stuff unrelated to antinatalism too. But we were thinking of having it like a Nefarious Rockers podcast. That might I feel like I could have done that. Yeah, I could do it with Sohar and Sohar also agreed to do that too.
Awesome.
And if we make like a podcast, Nefarious Rockers podcast, we can invite other people too. It depends on how popular it gets. We could even invite some previous members who I collaborated with.
Oh, dope. That's really cool.
So at least the ones who aren't. Yeah, I've collaborated with some decent people that I think should have exposure, and but also some people I won't mention that.
No, that's fair. Mention or don't mention whoever you feel like, you know. Slash feel is ethically able to be exposed and talked about. Have you ever tried going on Lawrence's show for like antinatalism? Do you know a lot about other antinatalists in Norway, or
Only my friend.
only your friend?
Yeah, only my friend.
Yeah, you guys maybe you could get on like Lawrence's once you make your podcast, maybe you could get on Lawrence Anton's not Anton's whatever his name is Lawrence I'm gonna pull up I'm gonna try to find his channel.
Yeah, I would have liked it, but it does sound too good to be true. I have this bias where if something is very good, it's probably too good to be true. I guess an appeal to too good to be true.
Oh yeah, it's Anton. I mean, I don't think that's too far out of reach. He has a bunch of random people that I've never heard of, like on his podcasts, antinatalism around the world or whatever. But you've already been on the Stop Having Kids podcast, so that's like more than a lot of people.
I could message a DM to him. I all my life I've aspired to be on their podcast. I've nothing else to live for. I'm uh, I'm terminally ill, and I'm lying in this hospital, and just guilt tripping to be on. Not just kidding. But none of that is true, by the way. I was just kidding.
Okay. That's funny.
Let's see if it beyond. on his that would be like the equivalent of having been on the Exploring Antinatalism podcast, if not more, if not, it has the equivalent of getting that many views or more. And Lawrence Anton said he would check out that cover of The Sun, which he liked, so we'll see.
Oh, awesome.
And he also said something that I messaged him on the Anti-Nihilism International Discord server, or he messaged me first about the song he wanted to check out. Let's see. There was something he does he have also have private like group chats too? You know anything about that?
Private group chats like on Facebook or Discord or?
I don't know. He mentioned something about having private group chats, but he might have been kidding about it because it.
Nah, I don't really know much about that at all. The only group chats I'm in that are antinatalists are some Facebook ones.
Let's see if he messaged back. Messaged. We'll just check if he messaged me. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could try. But I have a feeling if he really wanted me on, he would have sent me a message or something.
Hmm. No, that makes sense. I mean,
And he has probably guests who he sees as more valuable than me at this moment.
that's fair. Norway's kind of a small country.
But it's all international on the internet. I don't see how the smallness of Norway has anything to do with it. It's
I mean, I think if you're there's plenty of people that have been on his podcast that have never been on Amanda's podcast. So I mean, if you've been on Amanda's podcast, which has more subscribers than Anton does, you can probably get on there. I
yeah,
mean,
but yeah, I guess I could. But then Amanda likes the music, is into the music more.
oh
And
yeah, Amanda is an artist.
this Rockers t-shirt.
Yeah, Amanda's really into art. Now that I think about it, so I don't know. I mean, I guess it really depends on how much you know about like Norwegian culture and like the local stuff. If you and your friend know quite a bit about Norway and like how little or how much antinatalism is going on there and like the culture around antinatalism, like how it's been received,
Yeah, there are three major figures in Norwegian antinatalism. Peter Wessel Zapfe, me, and my friend. That's it. There's no.
Well, if Peter Zappa was Norwegian, that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. So, but I've searched. There is like very little Norwegian antinatalism going on. Perhaps because it's foolish for a Norwegian antinatalist to even be talking about in Norwegian. Why limit what one can do to a population of 5 million people when one can just reach out to the world population?
No, you have a point. Like, yeah. But, like, I mean, there's always, like, street outreach like I'm doing where it's like you can record yourself doing street outreach to, like, I mean, every person that you convince is a person that's not brought into the world, you know? So it's like that person wouldn't care if they're in Norway or the United States, you know, because they're both, like, first world countries per se. So it's just kind of like maybe we do have like some value in doing street activism, like in our local space, just if we record ourselves doing it. I mean, even if it's like a small place,
No, I think too much of a
as long as
chance I
it's
will
not
be
risky to
locked
your
up.
body.
Too much of a chance I will be locked up.
Locked up? Oh, they don't have like freedom of speech stuff there.
Yeah, I guess they do, but one never really knows about that sort of stuff.
No, that's true. Yeah.
I'm sure antinatalists will start being locked up soon worldwide for doing street activism, from having a psychotic delusion about birth being unethical. I'm very sure that will happen soon.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's just a scary thing, but yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, we want to have them prevented from having kids and have it criminalized in some cases. So at least I would, in the ideal future. So yeah, they'll take it as a existential threat to their way of life, and they'll want to criminalize people who do that, despite it being against the amendments of free speech and stuff. But people are assholes, so yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I just have a feeling about that, and for those who have diagnosis with schizophrenia or something, might be even hard. It's it's a big risk for someone to like, find out and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Like someone like Rita, yeah, someone like Rita that would just be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're mentally ill. Get fucked," and then yeah, it's kind of scary, stuff like that.
and
Luckily
if they
for
do
me,
more digging and see more stuff about the benevolent world exploder, then they will be won't be put on something soft like Abilify. One might be put on something like Seroquel or Halipropridol. The on the highest, yeah, forever, I guess. Who
hmm,
knows?
do doctors need your consent to do that, or?
Uh, uh, um, Probably not if I. Like, so how one gets diagnosed with psychosis is one doesn't need to see hallucinations. One can have one something they view as a delusion, and that's why I also was adamant about you not getting a mental evaluation, since I don't think you will be benefited from a big dose of heinous antipsychotics. Like, do you want to
Well,
have do you want to have the energy of a 90-year-old man? Because that's how it's going to be like if one is put on that much antipsychotics.
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna like hopefully not get put on antipsychotics, you know.
But there's an uh, but it would be detrimental to your way of life and spreading awareness. One needs motivation, one needs the dopamine, and dopamine is what motivates people. And if one takes stuff that makes people less motivated, like an antipsychotic, which blocks dopamine, and if one takes something that also blocks serotonin, one will be unmotivated and one will also be sleepy.
Hmm.
So I don't think you would benefit from being an unmotivated, sleepy person.
I mean, if they have me take them at night, would it be as bad then, or?
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Like one can, I've heard the reports of it, and one can be constantly groggy and sleepy all day.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
Yeah, so I hope you don't go through with it, that you just avoid those Gestapo people. They aren't the real Gestapo people, that's just a nickname.
No, I'll take your words into consideration.
You said you wanted to know more about yourself, but there are more. But I feel like if you introspected, you wouldn't, and did your own research, you could come to a conclusion about yourself, who you are, without the risk of being put on extremely dangerous drugs.
Hmm. I've introspected quite a bit. I'm just curious what I am from like a professional diagnosis level. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder what I am I'm curious if I'm actually a psychopath, or I'm curious if I'm more schizo of sorts, or why is it that I have homicidal ideation, you know, like all of that type of stuff. Like, I want to know like why it is that I have like what I am, what I have, and like what it is that makes like me be me. And then I think I can only achieve for like psychiatric like work, probably, like to like have them be like, oh, this is what you are. And then once I know that, then I can go forward. But right now, I don't even know what I am, or like why I am what I am. So
But
if it's genetic, or if it's because my parents just were like, "Yo, kid, watch TV," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, sure." You know, it's like, is it genetic
I
that I'm like
guess it would
this?
all be neurology. Wouldn't you find more if you took a brain scan rather than having some people diagnose you with various stuff?
Probably. I mean, I would be curious to see how much the brain scan would cost. I wouldn't be surprised if they do a brain scan during the full analysis. Um, if it gets to that point where they're like, well, we have no clue what you are, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if they take me in for a brain scan.
So here is what is going to happen. You will talk to them, and then they will just say with their voice like this. Okay, mister, you have psychotic delusions. You need to be put into an asylum. Something like, or Yeah,
Something
some
along the lines of I need to be institutionalized.
yes.
I mean, they can't legally, I don't think, institutionalize me though, so long as I'm functional though, right? At least,
Maybe, just maybe you'll get away with Senor AM, but if you say some talk about primordialism or something like that, or if they somehow discover a channel, then I think you will be institutionalized. People have been institutionalized for a lot of the and if that happens, if that happens, if that happens, you have to agree with them, say you are this and that, whatever they say, you should agree with them. If you try to give some counter argument, they will see you as having a lack of awareness of your mental conditions. So if the worst happens, you should just agree with them. There's no going back.
yeah, I know. Once if you get institutionalized, you just have to basically play their little game, which I can do because I'm a psychopath. But that's kind of the bad thing is if I get diagnosed as a psychopath, then there's almost no way I can get out of there if they put me in there because when it's your psychopath, you're pretty much just known for being a manipulator, and you can't get out of being known as a manipulator. If you're like, I'm normal, they're like, that's what you want us to think. So.
Yeah, and if you get institutionalized, you might be locked up for a long time too, maybe months on months. But it's and then you can't do much activism. I don't know about if you could record yourself in some kind of room or something, but even that would be risky because people from the outside could hear you talking about various stuff and yeah. And if you are in an asylum, they will try their hardest to actually make you seem as bad and awful as possible. They
Well,
will
maybe
try
if
their hardest.
maybe I can convince the people in the asylum of primordialism we can just rise up. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah. Just kidding. No.
If on access, yeah, but if some um if one ever talks about yeah, at least it would be better if you didn't talk about primordialism with the people. At least
Well,
keep that uh, a secret from them, I guess. From the mental evaluation people, they won't even understand the logic and behind it. So it's
no,
like
I think I
it
understand
would
what
be
you're
like
talking
if
about.
you disagreed with gravity. Gravity isn't real. They would see it as that. It's this thing that people assert that it is true without needing to have any other arguments for it. The value of life they have. Uh, yeah, so from the start, whenever I heard about your you being talking to people like that, the medications and yeah, so we are on 4 milligrams of
Ari, Brazil.
Ariprazole or what,
Yeah.
and then SSRI too. So I think those two have contradicting mechanisms too. So ariprazole is supposed to increase the levels of uh, serotonin by trapping serotonin in the brain. I might be terribly mistaken. By blocking some serotonin stuff, so there can be more of that stuff in the brain. And then what you're taking
Fluoxetine.
is blocking the production of serotonin. So you're taking something that blocks the production of a very important thing for health, serotonin, and serotonin is also involved in stuff like cognition. It can be very important to have serotonin and I guess on 4 milligrams of Abilify, it might work as this. In lower doses, I heard Abilify works as a dopamine agonist, which increases dopamine, but there are better methods for achieving dopamine agonism, and even dopamine agonism can be risky since it can lead to some bad stuff too.
Anhedonia or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think dopamine agonism is likely to lead people to be more anxious if dopamine is increased in certain parts of the brain. It shouldn't be. SSRIs are well known for causing anhedonia. With and and for sleep, it's there are a lot. I'm not sure how much research you have done on these type of stuff like the SSRI and the antipsychotic.
Yeah, I haven't done like a ton of research into them. I'm just kind of like trusting people.
Yeah, but one shouldn't trust people. That's one thing one shouldn't do.
True. I spent a lot of time not trusting people, and now I'm just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, but if people can be so terribly wrong about something as basic as ethics, can't they be wrong too about these little pills one takes, which can make people never feel pleasure again?
Yeah, you're probably right. You're definitely right. I'm just a risk taker. It's kind of part of the diagnosis of being a psychopath, I guess, being a risk taker. So I take risks. Not that it's a good thing to do that, but it's kind of in my nature to not really think about the risks very much, I guess, until after the fact. Which is a bad thing.
What I've learned from a lot of these, I have this friend who's anhedonic and he has tried a lot, several supplements, several psychiatric medications, and I'm just going to call him. I'm just going to call him. No, I was think I will call him Bill. It's not his real name at all, but I will just call him Bill.
Bill.
So he has taken a lot, and even to this. And these medications, they don't seem to have any effect on pressure a lot of the time. Like one won't feel.
They just feel less sad. They don't feel. It doesn't make you feel good. It just makes you feel less bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've noticed when it comes to the pills. It can do things to like induce happiness a little bit more by like artificially smiling, which releases chemical signals to make you feel good. And I can talk to people and do things I believe are worthy of value, like objective value, like activism and stuff like that, like I'm doing right now. That makes me feel okay. Occasionally, if I hang out with friends, it'll distract me and I won't feel as bad. But other than that, like the drugs just kind of make my general depression not as bad, but it doesn't really do much of anything else.
Oh yeah, did you ever get a chance to try? Hmm. Yeah, for some reason, their starter pack, the first thing they put everyone on is an SSRI. That's the first thing.
An SSRI?
Yeah, yeah, that's something like sertraline and Zoloft, Prozac, and yeah, my friend, he has been anhedonic for more than 10 years. Barely, barely felt any pleasure for 10 years. And there
Ah, shit.
was this other people I met in an anhedonic server. Yeah, he has just had a terrible fate ever since he started at this SSRI.
Is he an antinatalist also, or?
The other friend who had
The one with the
taken it for
anhedonia.
10 years. Yeah, he used to be.
Oh,
And
really?
this other guy met in the anhedonia server recent one. Or perhaps it would, not that I know of. And
Why would wait? So he was an antinatalist and no longer is one. Now they don't have anhedonia.
no, he still has anhedonia.
Oh, but they're no longer an antinatalist.
Yes.
Do you know why they converted back to natalism?
Hmm. We don't tend to. He talks about him seeing not being a negative utilitarian, that he also values pleasure too. That he can see that as something positive.
Oh yeah, but I mean, even if there's positive, like, can't do you see that like the positive value is just so little that like where's like there's even if there is positive value in the world, like it's just like there's so little positive value in comparison to pain. Like whenever a lion tears apart a hearted gazelle, like is there more pleasure being generated from the lion's taste buds, or is there more pain occurring in the fact that the gazelle is being torn apart? Like stuff like that. Like how does he not see even from a utilitarian standpoint, how does he not see that like he ought to be an antinatalist or ethicist still? Like I still think that like all that matters is the pain, so he should be a negative utilitarian. But if he does think the pleasure matters, like there's still way, way, way more pain than pleasure.
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't gone on about it too much.
Hmm. Is he gonna have kids himself, or is he still like gonna remain child free?
So Yeah, I have to remember to not say his name and stuff like that.
Okay, cool, yeah.
But I'll continue to call him. I guess if someone came in here, like, they might think I'm talking about him and revealing details, but I'm not saying his name and stuff. But perhaps it would be uncool if I went too much on about him, even if I'm not really saying his name.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Just make a drama perspective. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. There is yeah, there is a lot of bad side effects one can get from these medications too. One can be, it can risk suicidal thoughts to it. It's an argument I make is the reason why they don't give it to everyone. This isn't like a big mood boosters they just can give to everyone that is over 18, even if that to just prevent depression. The reason for that, why they don't give it to anyone, is because they know it's harmful.
Yeah, you gotta be a Chad to handle it. Just kidding. But no, yeah, it is just risky, and if I constantly be like, "Oh, do you have this thing going on? Are you feeling psychotic thoughts? Are you feeling depression? Are you feeling like it's making you feel worse?" You know, they have no clue what they're doing, really. They're just testing things. But I'm willing to be a test dummy, I guess.
It's a certain there's a certain appeal to actually want to change something. It sounds promising to feel less depressed or less anxious when one takes something. It does sound tempting. So there's the anhedonia subreddit. A lot of people go on there, say they have got anhedonia from antipsychotics and antidepressants and stuff like that.
I'll give it a look, actually.
And for even if one isn't a negative utilitarian, if an anhedonic person knows their life isn't worth it, because the only argument they could have made of one's life being worth it is perhaps experiencing pleasure or experiencing it in the future. But if they aren't even when sure that they will do that in the future, then a lot of them just comes to the conclusion that their life just isn't worth it to them.
Anhedonias. I don't know. I'll find that later, I guess. The accident. can't wait for Mainlander's book to come out in the end of next month. But also I'm broke, so I won't be able to buy it.
One last thing about Anadona before I switch topics on is that Anadona can be so powerful that some might even not even enjoy THC use too.
Really?
Yes.
Damn. So you just don't. Nothing matters.
Everyone, yeah.
That's. I don't know, man. It's wild. I can't relate. But I mean, if I could relate, that would suck ass. So I'm glad I can't relate.
There's two of my friends are currently anhedonic. Two of them.
Is it just biology, or is it because of like drug-induced anhedonia?
I believe it's the event always like that. So I think it's the other friend of mine said they got anhedonia from COVID, but I'm not sure that's the reason actually. But the other one said they got anhedonia from that it started with some supplement and got worse with an SSRI.
Shit.
But if two of my friends has anhedonia, it seems way more likely than it's a lot of people. It seems way more likely to be a thing than I initially thought. If two of my friend has anhedonia, it's a very big risk. And the thing with anhedonia is that there are no cures. If one is like that, it might be over. Yeah, sometimes when people can get out of it,
You're
but
just gonna have to hope that you.
it seems more common that they don't get out. Yeah, imagine the most intense boredom ever. Like you were put in a solitary isolation and for the for or something for the most intense boredom you have ever imagined multiplied by 1,000 or something. That's anhedonia.
Anhedonia sounds like a bitch.
Yeah, it's no, anhedonia isn't a bitch. Anhedonia is a cunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's beyond bitchiness. It's cuntiness.
It's even beyond cuntiness. It's like the demiurge of manifesting uh, in one's mind or something.
It's just pure evil.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
It's so bad that yeah, it's that bad. And but I promised I would switch topics and not talk about it for that long. Like I said, what were you saying again with Mainlander?
Oh yeah, I was just saying his book comes out in like a month. I'm hyped for it.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait. Are you interested in buying his book, or is that
No.
not? No. That's fair. Ooh, someone's shooting at me.
Huh?
Oh, I'm playing Fortnite, so someone's shooting at me in the game. My bad.
Yeah, I think no, yeah, I didn't want to. Was going to go on about Anadonia some more, but then if I guess I can go on about it for a long time and about Mainlander, the thing about the universe is God's corpse and God committed suicide. I remember you telling me about it.
Yeah, it's an
But
interesting concept.
Mainlander have some other things except the God suicide thing.
He was a socialist. I believe that like we had obligations to help your fellow human in terms of economic stuff. He was basically a negative utilitarian of sorts. He basically believed in like suffering focused ethics. So yeah, he was basically a negative utilitarian. He was a socialist. He's basically everything that I already am, but he basically just potentially believed that God, if there was such a thing as a God, committed suicide of sorts. So he was basically everything that I already am. But he was just like 200 years ago, and he was very angry at religion. So he's pretty cool. So that's why I'm interested in buying his book. He's one of the first negative utilitarian-ish type of guys out there, and socialists in Germany.
For a very long time, I've had a strong belief in the futility of voting. It's like if I wonder if you think so too. Like if one votes for something, no matter what one votes for, it does seem like it's going to end with the same result anyway.
Hmm. You might need to elaborate a little bit into that because I vote, but I mean I'm curious why you think voting's not as useful.
Yeah, it's useful if enough people do it, but for the individual just voting one thing, it doesn't really matter.
That's technically true, yeah, but it takes a society to do almost anything of real value. So
The counter argument, yeah, go on.
oh yeah, I was just gonna say it's almost anything of value takes like a group of people to do it. So it's just kind of like if you want change, you're gonna need a bunch of people to do something. So it's like why not vote? It's more like a why not do it type of thing almost. Like it seems like if you do care about something, you ought to try to get change, and the best way to do that is to do it yourself, yes, but also to try to have political change.
I guess the why not would be it would have ended with the same result anyway, no matter what one did. Which that's but and the counter argument I've had for this belief is that people say, but if everybody thought like that, it would be bad. But the but yeah, yeah, but if everybody thought like that, it would be bad. But in- if but if just one thinks like that and one doesn't vote, it's not really going to change any outcomes. Uh, yeah, people are in. I feel like an individual doing political activism seems like it's not a thing that is likely to succeed in net reduction of suffering unless one has some kind of big leverage, like one is popular enough on some platforms. Like if
You're probably right, unfortunately. Which that's a real shame that like there's not really any famous antinatalists besides like Benatar, and then Benatar's not exactly doesn't exactly have like a YouTube channel or anything. Like honestly, David Benatar would be awesome if he had like a YouTube channel where he just had his voice but not like his face, and he did like
I
things.
thought of something funny if David Benatar had like a YouTube channel where he had like 10 sports cars. 10 sports cars. His he like he smoked a cigar or something like Andrew Tate or something, and became the most searched for man on the internet. That would have been funny. I thought it was a bit funny to imagine David Benatar having like 10 sports cars, smoking a cigar, and for some reason I just thought a bit funny.
Dave Benatar just getting that clout. Gang. Blingatar.
Yeah, but as much. Yeah, I don't. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, not sure why Benatar doesn't have a YouTube channel.
Yo, he really should. He would pop off. I mean, there's plenty of people that like would want to hear what he has to say to things.
Yeah, he had some good it was promoted by inadvertently by John Peterson, Sam Harris, and who knows who else, and and then if you had some if you had something on YouTube or a social media thing you could go on, then he could use that to sell more copies of Better Never to Have Been, Harms of Coming into Existence. So yeah, if you had Twitter or if you had YouTube or something like that.
It would also be awesome if he made like a free version of that book for people to read, you know.
Yeah, in hotels in the US, I heard there is free Bibles
Yep.
in hotels or something. So, and the Bible is also the most stolen book there is. I've heard too.
Stolen?
Yes, it is the most popular book, so it's also the most stolen too.
That's funny. Imagine stealing someone's Bible. That's fucking hilarious. Straight the hell.
And
Those people, I joined the Zoom and they weren't even there. Fuck it. Being like, yo, you need me to work there.
Fair enough. Go for it, Colin.
You see my dad went outside when he went with my dad.
Garage, maybe.
Great shit. Don't want to go to work today. My back still hurts.
I don't want to go to work tomorrow either, but wow, it's you. You were the one detected at the front door. I'll try to open the door for you. I was trying to open the door for you, it didn't work. So I give up.
Have you listened to or heard enough Brantomatic stuff?
Whose stuff?
Brantomatic.
Here, can you type him in? I'm kind of lagging a little bit from my
I,
internet.
I haven't read enough Brantomatic stuff in ages, so and I'm not that familiar with him either.
Hmm.
I guess I'll type.
Brian Tomasi. Brian. Oh yeah, I'm subscribed to him. Yeah. I've seen some of his stuff. He does like videos of insects dying and stuff, as well as a combination of like real utilitarianism combined with utilitarianism, some stuff like that.
He even has some disturbing content on his channel. It's surprising it hasn't get taken down. I thought YouTube didn't like stuff like that. They wanted YouTube more family friendly.
Yeah, let's see. Playlist. Animal suffering.
The movement to grant ethical consideration to non-human animals has made important strides in
I wonder if the
animal liberation.
I wondered if there was a negative utilitarian word and I wonder how children's TV channels would have been, what kind of twisted stuff. No, I'm not sure.
Well, we have like some twisted TV shows like Happy Tree House Run stuff. I guess it's like for like teenagers or something like that.
Yeah.
They have some. I mean, even like Bugs Bunny and stuff like that were like somewhat violent when like our parents were kids, I suppose. Not that Bugs Bunny is exactly like violent or anything, but you know, like they had like cruelty themes and stuff like that. Hmm. In a very callous way.
Uh, Yeah, I heard insects they have a higher brain to body ratio than even humans.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So for their size, they have quite a bit going on.
Yes, and so, uh, for some reason, people I thought from a young age that insects doesn't suffer or something.
Yeah, I thought insects don't feel pain, or they mostly feel discomfort, but probably not even that in some cases, I thought, But yeah, I mean, the fact that if they feel actual pain, that's quite bad. I mean, pro-mortalism all the way then. I'll click play, see what he has to say.
By Peter Singer in 1975. A number of academics, activists, and ordinary people have helped to push the idea that animals matter, not just when they're cute and cuddly like pets, but even in other cases, and make this a serious moral issue. So now we see public discussion of factory farming or animal testing in laboratories or mistreatment in circuses or various other areas. But there are some domains where animal advocates have not been as thorough in exploring the implications of our ethical obligations to animals. And one of those is insects. And I'll explore that further in this video. Um, so to some extent, it makes sense that animal advocates have not explored insects as much because when you're just trying to convince someone to care about animals at all, you would focus on primates or cute pets or maybe smart farm animals like pigs. And it doesn't make sense to sound crazy by talking about something like insects that most people assume don't matter at all. Um, Another reason that animal advocates may not have explored insects as much is because um, they themselves may not be sure if they matter. Um, that's not just because of prejudice in favor of cute animals with more human-like faces, but also because insects are simpler. They don't have the same sorts of nervous systems. They don't have um, the same sorts of brain structures that larger mammals and birds do. Um, and so there is some legitimate doubt about how much we should care about insects relative to higher animals. But that's not a reason to totally ignore them, especially since the numbers of insects may compensate for the fact that we might care less about any given individual insect. Um, in particular, there are about a quintillion insects on the planet at any given time. That's a billion or 10 to the 18th. Maybe it's 10 to the 19th, something around there. In contrast, there are about 10 to the 10th humans on the planet. Um, Humans have about 85 billion neurons. That's about 10 to the 11th. Insects have maybe 10 to the 5th or 10 to the 6th. For example, a fruit fly has 100,000 neurons. An ant has 250,000. Bees have almost a million. Cockroaches have about a million. And so we can see there are 8 or 9 orders of magnitude more insects. Each insect has at most at the difference between insects and humans in neurons is at most 10 to the 6th, say. So the conclusion is that there are more insect neurons on the planet than human neurons. Thus, insects seem a priori to be pretty important. Now, counting neurons is not the right measure if we take a more detailed look because, I mean, for example, isolated neurons wouldn't matter at all. They have to be hooked up in the right way. And beyond that, neurons in a small brain might even matter more than that same number of neurons in a large brain if the small brain is more efficient or if the small brain is implementing a more holistic behavioral organismal operation than um, that same number of neurons in a large brain where it's just part of some big cog in the machine. Um, so when we look at it in more detail, we may come to different conclusions than just counting neurons. So let's think about that in more depth. Some people are uncertain whether insects have any morally relevant neural operations. I personally think that the things that we care about in terms of consciousness come in gradations, and insects exhibit lesser degrees of characteristics that, if they were enhanced with more complexity and more refinement in humans, we would care about them. And so insects should matter at least to a lesser degree because they have simpler versions of those same operations. Other people disagree and think that consciousness deserves to be considered a binary trait of a mind, and either it's conscious or not. And in that case, you should still maintain some probability that insects are sentient or conscious, because they at least have crude abilities that are similar to ours. They have some of the same molecules, some of the same neural algorithms, some of the same substrates, and so on. It's true that they don't have a neocortex the way mammals do, or some of the brain structures are different, but they are living in the same evolutionary environments, and they survive very well over millions of years. So they're at least doing something right, and it's possible that they have comparable structures, or at least structures that perform comparable functions, even if they're not the same as what we see in mammals, for example. So there's a lot of, or there's not a lot, but there's an expanding literature on the cognitive abilities of insects. And I encourage you to explore it more if you're doubtful about this or interested to probe your intuitions on it. Here I'll quote just a few articles that touch the surface of this issue, but there's a lot more to be explored. So the first article is called Memory from Behavior to Molecules, and this study reviewed several different papers on learning in bees, slugs, snails, leeches, and so on. So this is about invertebrates and not just insects, but probably the ideas are similar. The study says as follows: 15 years in studying a wide variety of forms of learning in simple invertebrate animals is quite striking. There is now no question, for example, that associative learning is a common capacity in several invertebrate species. In fact, the higher order features of learning seen in some invertebrates, notably bees and limax, rivals that commonly observed in such star performers in the vertebrate laboratory as pigeons, rats, and rabbits. We have reason to hope that the distinction between vertebrate and invertebrate learning and memory is one that will diminish as our understanding of underlying mechanisms increases. In 2011, Georgia J. Mason wrote the following in a paper, Invertebrate Welfare, Where is the Real Evidence for Conscious Affective States? Jumping spiders plan routes toward their prey, and hermit crabs show evidence of motivational trade-offs during shell choice. Furthermore, if their brains are implanted with electrodes, garden snails will learn to displace a lever, an action new to their behavioral repertoire, to stimulate those neural regions involved in sexual behavior. None of these represent concrete evidence of conscious emotion, but they suggest that if cephalopods, that's like octopi and squids, are now to be protected across Europe, then arachnids, decapod crustaceans, and gastropods should be too. This third and final piece that I'll quote is a 2007 article from Discover magazine called Consciousness in a Cockroach. It reads as follows, or this section reads as follows. To Nicholas Straussfeld, a tiny brain is a beautiful thing. Over his 35-year career, the neurobiologist at the University of Arizona at Tucson has probed the minute brain structures of cockroaches, water bugs, velvet worms, brine shrimp, and dozens of other invertebrates. From this tedious analysis, Straussfeld concludes that insects possess, quote, the most sophisticated brains on this planet, unquote. Straussfeld and his students are not alone in their devotion. Bruno van Swinderen, a researcher at the Neurosciences Institute in San Diego, finds hints of higher cognitive functions in insects, clues to what one scientific journal called the remote roots of consciousness. Quote, many people would poo-poo the notion of insects having brains that are in any way comparable to those of primates, unquote, Straussfeld adds. Quote, but one has to think of the principles underlying how you put a brain together, and those principles are likely to be universal. Attention, says Van Swinderen, is a whole brain phenomenon. A thing is not purely visual, not purely olfactory. It's a binding together of different parts that for us signify one thing. Why couldn't the fly's mechanism of attention be directed to a succession of its memories? Yes. That to me is just a short hop, skip, and a jump away from what might be consciousness. In the same article, Christoph Koch says the following. He's the chief scientific officer at the Allen Institute for Brain Sciences, and he was formerly a professor at Caltech. He says, "We have literally no idea at what level of brain complexity consciousness stops. Most people say, for heaven's sake, a bug isn't conscious, but how do we know? We're not really sure anymore. I don't kill bugs needlessly anymore. Probably what consciousness requires is a sufficiently complicated system with massive feedback. Insects have that. If you look at the mushroom bodies, they're massively parallel and have feedback." So there's more to be explored on this topic, but it seems clear that we should at least give some weight to the possibility that insects matter, and then given the numbers, they may be a very important moral issue. So what are the implications? I remember when I first learned that insects might be sentient in 2005, I was kind of shocked for a few minutes afterwards because the implications seemed so drastic. I mean, I was looking at spiders' webs in my basement, and it took on a new level of significance, knowing that the insects being trapped might be undergoing conscious agony, not just unconscious reflexive buzzing around. So some people do take insects seriously. I mean, one classic example is the Jain religion from India. Jains
Jainism.
watch their steps to make sure they don't tread on insects. They sometimes wear masks over their mouths to avoid ingesting insects accidentally and things like that. That it's important to not take too much effort on the small things, I think, because there are many more insects suffering in other ways. But I do, for example, try to watch where I'm stepping. For example, if it's raining and there are worms crawling on the sidewalk, I try to avoid stepping on them. Or even if it's sunny but I see ants or other insects crawling by, I try to avoid that. But that's just the beginning, and it's important to think about bigger picture implications as well. So humans impact insects in a lot of ways. One obvious example is with agriculture. An entomologist friend of mine estimated that there may be, say, millions of insects per hectare of farmland, and most of them are killed by insecticides during crop cultivation. But I think it's important to remember that insects die naturally as well. Insects live maybe a few weeks, maybe a few months, if they live to maturity, and most of them actually die shortly after birth because there are so many born, and only a few of those can survive in a stable population. So I think we shouldn't jump from the fact that humans kill lots of insects to the conclusion that we should stop killing those insects. Rather, we need to look at the total amount of insects that are dying painfully and figure out how to minimize that number. So as an example, if by spraying insecticides on a crop, we prevent insects from living there for, say, a few weeks or a few months afterwards, and that prevents many more insects from being born, then it's possible that insecticides have actually reduced total insect deaths. This depends on the details, and it's a topic that deserves to be explored further. But it's important not to take too much of a deontological approach or an approach of just making yourself pure rather than looking at the total picture. I mean, even by living, you kill vast numbers of insects every day, mostly through the food that you consume, for example, but also just by walking or accidentally ingesting some, or
driving your car,
taking a shower and having insects in the shower that get drowned, or many other ways. Walking on the ground crushes many insects. So if your goal was only to minimize personal insects killed, then you couldn't really do that by living very well. But if your goal is to minimize total harm to insects, then your own existence can be very helpful by preventing lots of insect suffering in other ways. Insects are a tricky issue because there's not a lot of theory around how to help them. and it gets very tricky for the non-trivial cases. So obviously we can not walk on them. We can maybe let them outside if they're trapped in a window and so on. But when we get to the bigger picture issues of insects in the wild, that requires a lot more thought, and not a lot of animal advocates have put their investigation resources into this. So traditionally, for example, vegans do avoid honey because they don't want to farm insects. Many vegans avoid silk because that involves boiling the silkworms alive when it comes time to harvest them. There's a growing movement among ecologically conscious consumers to propose that Western consumers eat insects as a source of animal protein, and we can raise concern about that by pointing out that to produce a given amount of meat or a given amount of animal protein, you need to consume vastly more insects than you would cows or chickens. And
Given the brain size he's just talking about, yeah, it makes sense. That's a bad idea.
Insects may not have the same sort of humane slaughter that, or at least attempted humane slaughter that even cows and chickens have. In many developing countries, insects are eaten just by frying them or boiling them or roasting them, or otherwise even just eating them plain out of an anthill or things like that. And so there's a lot of room for improvement in the welfare of farmed insects, if it must be done at all. But those are still limited, and most of the insect suffering in the world happens in the wild. And so that raises bigger questions about what we can do there. It gets tricky because we don't want to propose measures that are too radical. I mean, sometimes when we discuss the problem of
When it
insect
comes to
suffering in the
stepping
wild,
on bugs, I
people
disagree with that as a
that makes you want to
primordialist.
eliminate
Obviously, we
insects,
should
but
not
that
care
would
about that.
obviously have negative implications for a lot of other projects that people care about, and it would impact a lot of people in an adverse way. So we've got to find more ways to help insects that are better compromises and can at least reduce insect suffering in a non-trivial way while preserving what people care about. One possibility is to focus on not spreading insects in other places, and so that may often mean not spreading habitats, for example, to new regions where those habitats don't already exist, or more speculatively to space, or running computer simulations of insects that are sufficiently accurate as to be sentient in our evaluation. So those bigger picture questions are important places to focus, but it's also important to remember that a lot of times caring coincides with acting, and so maybe the smaller day-to-day actions that you take to avoid harming insects in your daily life can be a practice that kind of instills and reinforces longer-term, bigger picture concern for insects. So I think both parts are important, both short-term and long-term, big picture actions. And in addition to just inspiring concern for insects, I think it's important to remind people that we want to minimize total insect harm, not just the harm that we personally caused. I can certainly imagine that as the insect
Yeah, got
rights or insect welfare
deontologists.
movement grows, there may be a big
Just kidding.
push against, say, insecticides because we deliberately are killing those insects. But it may miss the fact that it's possible that insecticides prevent more suffering than they cause. And similarly, in areas of other instances where humans kill insects, but maybe could cause a net reduction in their suffering. So these are some things to think about, and the first step is really to expand the number of people who are thinking about this topic, and kind of play out the different options for helping insects and challenge each other's ideas. So as the first step, I encourage people to learn more about it and talk more about it, and begin probing what we can do to help massive numbers of insects in the wild.
Hell yeah.
I'll begin my
That seems like an interesting video to space
proposed method
colonization
that
and
push button.
animal ethics. But maybe we should. Yeah, I feel like.
Watch that different day.
No, I wouldn't mind watching it or two, but I felt he was contradicting himself a little bit. Like one shouldn't
Oh yeah, a little bit.
step on insects, but
Step on bugs.
pesticiding insects can prevent suffering, but stepping on insects can't.
Basically, it's like it's like stepping on it crushes them instantly and prevents all discomfort that they'll have in the future. So you would think that he would be pro crushing insects, but you know, I
Yeah, I
guess
think it's a close. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of strategy behind these talks. Maybe mm, maybe there's he's saying that to like get people to think about insect suffering more. Make
true.
people. I'm not really sure.
I don't know either, but yeah, you're right. He is inconsistent in terms of his ethics and but he's really close. He's close. He's almost there. And it's just the sad thing. It's like he's almost been no cigar, you know?
It's, yeah. yeah, um, yeah, I wonder if he. I think he is active in some places on Facebook and stuff.
Talk to him
Maybe.
there, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I think he used to be active in this Facebook group too.
You
Yeah, I
know, if we,
wonder what he has to say about space colonization and animal ethics too.
yeah, let's pull that up. Hopefully, he's against space colonization because that would be the most.
Yeah, I would bet my life on it.
Space colonization and animal ethics. Right, Brian Tumalski.
I'll begin my discussion with a thought experiment. Suppose there's in front of you, and if you button, several different things will happen. The first is that a vast number of organisms will come into existence, and most of them will die shortly
Not very
thereafter
based.
in gruesome ways. For example,
Not based.
they may be eaten alive, they may hydrate or starve, they might be consumed by internal parasites or come to a disease. Some organisms will live longer, they'll have more complete lives, and they'll enjoy more of their, but they'll also experience a great deal of hardship. For example, they will be exposed to poor weather conditions, colds, and things like that. And the last outcome of this button is that a great number of aesthetically pleasing works will be created. For example, poetry, music, and other things that people think are beautiful to look at or to listen to. And my question is whether it would be ethically acceptable to press this red button and create these things. And I think it would not be, and I think many people would agree with this assessment. because even though we're creating some great things by pushing the button, we're also inflicting great amounts of suffering on vast numbers of organisms. They don't deserve to suffer, and they are not getting anything out of the arrangement. We're just something that we want to get. But for them, their own sake, they're not getting anything. They're
Yeah, also include a couple orgasms for the
terrible.
animals. It would still be bad for them to be tortured regardless. But, you know, I feel like he's probably more classical utilitarian than negative utilitarian. So,
What did he say? It was the volume was a bit low.
let's see.
What distance? So let's keep this deserve to suffer, and they are not getting anything out of the arrangement. We're just using them, or they're suffering as an incidental byproduct of something that we want to get. But for them, their own sake, they're not getting anything. They're just experiencing a terrible, short, painful existence. So let's keep this thought experiment in mind as we discuss another topic, which is life.
Oh yeah, that argument, I've heard of that. Yeah, I think I think that's a good argument to say it to appeal to people's values. They value pleasure that much, but if one tells people, yeah, the animals, most animals can even experience a lot of pleasure even, and mostly pain. It can appeal to some people's value systems. But I've heard people say counter argue. I've said to someone once that it's bad for a bird to fall off the nest and die a short horrible death. And someone told me, what if the bird had a good time before it died? And a vegan said that to me.
Wow. It's like, no, it's not justified. It's like the bird didn't ask for any of that. The bird didn't want any of that, and all that want was programmed in by like millions of years of evolution, and has no real value at all. It's just like illusionary stuff. Like, what would it be having a good time from? You know, it's just like it ate some good food before it fell out of the nest. You know, it's like, what is that good food? It's just taking care of biological drives, and it makes it feel good. It's a need machine, basically, as Eminem says. So yeah, it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, how do you convince these people that like suffering is what matters in these case scenarios? I mean, for people, it seems really obvious, right? Like, if it's a person, would you say it's a tragedy if a baby was brought into existence and it laughed a few times, goo gaga, and then it like fell off the table and just cracked its head and died instantaneously or something like that? It's like, would they feel like, oh no, but like it's fine though because it was being played with before it died? You know, like, would they be cool with that? Hell, if especially because in the example of nature, they're not dying instantaneously; they're dying brutal deaths of like predation or starvation or whatever. So it's like, but even if it was instantaneous, it's just kind of like, it's just like it's not a pleasant thing. There's nothing good going on there.
Yeah, it's like the
Your boss lied
equivalent.
to you.
It's like the equivalent of a human baby being born, and then shortly after its birth, it's like torn to half by a chainsaw slowly, and then it dies. Yeah, it's like that.
There you go, Colin. Now you can fuck him.
He's like, if we fire this dude, I'll make sure to call you. He's like, I'll make sure to call you.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess. What?
Oh. No, I have not seen the red. So what were you saying? My brother just kind of walked in my room and started yapping.
Oh, yeah, I said how animals die in nature. Most of them, it would be the equivalent of like either it would be the equivalent of a baby starving to death shortly after birth, breaking a bone by falling and dying of the injuries, or starving to death shortly after birth, being eaten alive, like a human baby being eaten alive shortly after birth, or yeah, it's the equivalent of all those three things. I guess I could come up with more examples of.
True. Cash, money, just a natural event. If it's humans, though, that's when things get spooky, scary. Humans are hypocrites, bro. I don't get what some people feel like disgusted by hypocrisy and other people don't. Like, I get disgusted by hypocrisy. Other people are just big chill being hypocrites, I guess. Yeah, I have a ton of friends that are nihilists at this point. I don't even know how you fix a nihilist.
Well, how you fix an nihilist? First, I guess one fixes an nihilist with a car battery. I guess.
Moral subjective, same thing. I have a bunch of friends that are moral subjectivists too, that are just like, oh, it changed by culture, bro. Like, you just toss a guy off a roof because they're gay over here, and good over there. You know, it is bad if you do it here. It's just a way of culture, man. So I have friends who are douchebags, so I don't like hanging out with them half the time.
It's I guess so. Being social in is it can still be important. One can it wants to get some stimulation from it.
Yeah.
And finished like bass guitar for another song today and some synth.
Synth.
Like an organ with a rotary speaker type thing. Might finish it in about 2 days.
Ooh,
Yeah,
very
and and stuff. And after that, I have for the new upcoming AN album with incomprehensible lyrics. There, I guess after I'm done with that, there's about 15 more minutes of that done. I guess.
15
Uh,
more minutes.
hmm. I, I, I think unfortunately I would have liked to stay on for longer, but I should. There are some stuff I need to do, some studying stuff.
No, that's completely fair, Sub. Take care, my dude.
Take care.
Ciao.
Ciao.
I am also gonna close up the stream just because 3 o'clock is quite the time. I've been going for like 5 hours, so yeah, we're gonna close the stream. Goodbye.